Good to go.
All right. So, last we left off, a group of you had accepted a job, told you would be going to an island to rescue some refugees, but also take care of a manner of evil and beasts that plagued the island. You met a cast of supporting crew and the head of this venture, a man named Valacas. You boarded up on the ships, traveled across, as you were the following group to take care of any left behind, and you landed on the shores, discovered an old fishing hamlet that had been run down, encountered a few slug-like creatures that were more dangerous than originally anticipated. Finally made your way into the town and started trying to catch back up with the rest of the group, only to find them in a bit more disrepair than they had left at. You came across Devlor, and unfortunately he did not meet a fortunate end. Met back up with Yarnell. He guided you about what had happened with the others, and you met with a strange person who apparently had already lived on the island named Bloodstone, seemingly not affected by whatever this plague of beasts that crossed the land, and sold you some useful wares. And I believe we last left off, you were stepping out of his shop and heading back on your mission. As you step out of the shop, though, hold on, I have this. Darius, as they're leaving the shop, they lean against the doorway, and something's not right. They look like they're in pain.
Darius.
Oh, dear. Darling, are you alright?
No, I... just not feeling well. Bloodstone, who's still watching you guys leave, comes over. Oh, this is seems you might have a bit of an affliction. Did you happen to get hurt earlier during one of your fights? No, I had actually stayed relatively safe. Oh. Yeah, come here for a second. He walks up to her, and he's gonna pull out a small little piece of glass, and he's gonna hold it up to her eye and take a look. Huh. It seems bloodshot. That's not good. Here, come with me for a moment. You may need to be looked at real quick. It's nothing to be worried about, but it's definitely something that should be treated sooner rather than later. Victus, oh, sorry, Mr. Shank, I gave you that bell, right?
The bell. What was the bell?
Yes. The bell I gave you, if you, for some reason, you ever find yourself in need of some help, to go ahead and give it a ring.
I did not write that down in my notes. I'll go ahead and write it down now.
No problem.
Bell of help. Oh, yes, of course. It's right here.
Yes. As I said, if for some reason you find yourself in need or in need of contact, go ahead and give that a ring. If you don't mind, I'm going to give your friend Darius here a little look over. He's not looking too good, and like I said, nothing to worry about, but it's good to catch these things before they progress.
Indeed. He kind of eyes Darius for a little bit. I don't want to see another friend fall to that affliction.
Either.
Bloodstone leads Darius back into the shop and starts making a place for him to lay down. Don't worry, he'll be right as rain as soon as possible. Just needs a little bit of attention.
I do sincerely hope that your prognosis is accurate on that, Mr. Bloodstone.
I've had nothing but time to study up on these things, trust me. More accurate than anyone else you'll find.
He just kind of shrugs. Very well.
Perfect. Hope the rest of you stay safe and be on the lookout for any symptoms of anything out of the ordinary. well,
Oh,
more than usual around here.
it is a very weird place, but we'll try.
All right then. Well, I wish you well, and hopefully we shall run into each other again. And he's gonna go back to start tending to Darius.
As he turns,
Bye.
Victus Shank just gives him a little bit of a tilt of the top hat. Till we meet again.
And he just gives you a simple 2-finger salute. All right. What would you like to do?
Well now, I believe it would probably do us well to make sure that this escape path of ours is properly rid of monsters, beasts, and other such creatures.
I can't say no to that.
Shall we just give it a once over?
Lead the way.
That's what we're here for.
Alright, so if we can take a quick detour back through the city, just make sure that anything in here is either taken care of by the other hunters or, you know.
All right. Go ahead and make me some perception checks.
Okie dokie. Natural 20.
We've been over this.
I don't know if I can even. Okay, well,
Oh, another one.
Man. Nice. All right. Definitely very keen, aware of your senses, both Shank and Sokea.
I'm blind.
Jamie is just sort of tagging along and seems to really be enjoying herself, despite everything. You mostly come across the burning corpses and slaughteredness. It looks like most of the first group's efforts were taken care of. You do find a few strays, stragglers in lower streets and more hidden areas. They're not too much of a problem to deal with. As you start backtracking, though, you start hearing what sounds like a bit of a commotion, and you hear actually a very something out of the ordinary, and it sounds like actually a voice. It's very muffled, but you're hearing what sounds like someone struggling.
I suppose,
Oh no, I'm scared.
suppose that has something to do with us.
Let's hope
And-
we're not about to watch something else transform into something hideous.
Jamie kind of hides behind like Shank's leg, like pushes him in the back of the leg with her like umbrella. Well, on, go lead the way. You got this.
Of course, Madam Jamie. I'll be glad to volunteer for taking point.
She was following close behind you.
Alright, heading in the direction of the commotion.
All right. As you start heading towards the direction of the commotion, you come across a upper level street that almost acts like a balcony towards a lower level plaza. As you come up to it, you actually see a group of beasts and half transformed huntsmen surrounding something in this plaza. It seems that they've ganged up near the center, and there's a large commotion going on there. Jamie and Sarah, Jamie and Victus, can you make me perception checks?
She. I'm no longer blind.
19.
As you look through this little commotion, you can see lying on their, not back, basically sitting with their back up against the little fountain in the middle of this plaza, you actually see what looks like Yarnell, surrounded
no.
by a bunch of hunters and beasts.
No. Okay.
And it seems that he's trying to defend them off, but he is looking grievously injured. As
How
you can
ma-
just hear him yelling, "Back! Back! Stay! I'll kill you!"
How many
It's
are
looking... With what you perceived, you can tell that there are 2 large huntsmen near him, a few smaller ones dead on the ground, and about 3 rabid-looking dogs surrounding him.
Sounds like an old friend is having a little bit of trouble.
there? Let's assist, shall
What's
we?
going on?
Yarnell is surrounded. Let's go assist him.
You gonna take off down there?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Alright, real quick, make me some dex checks just to see how fast you guys can get down there.
Just straight up dexterity.
Check.
Yes. Just check.
Not looking good. Oh, or I could roll a 17.
Oof. With the city being a bit of a maze as it is, and trying to figure out
Oh,
what
I
streets
was going to
connect what.
jump down.
Yeah, you could do jump down if you want.
I am holding on to his neck.
Hold up, let me check. All right. With your check, I'm going to say you're gonna take. Jumping down, it's not too big of a height, but it's at least about a story and a half up. With your dex check, I'll say that you're able to land rather well. You'll only take about maybe 3 force damage.
Okay.
Are you following him, Jamie?
Hey, yeah. I'm like holding on to his back of his clothes.
All right. I'll say you take about 5 force damage, just because it's something he was more prepared for, and you were just following along. So, Kay, are you following along too?
She's gonna go the long way.
She's gonna start. All right, she's gonna go
As
the long way.
as
All
I'm
right.
falling, can I go ahead and trick out my weapon?
Sure, if you want to.
In fact, how much time do I have?
I'm gonna say jumping down from the balcony, and you'd be right behind these huntsmen who are surrounding Yarnell. I'd say you probably have, probably about a round amount of time for you to stand up and get oriented before they realize or smell that something else is here.
Alright, do I have time to activate a right?
What does a right cost?
Bonus.
Oh, it's actually, yeah, you can do that.
Alright. As I land, I'm just gonna yell, "Oi!" And the axe head is going to start spinning. I'm going to run it across my hand, and it's going to catch on fire. I'm going to take some damage.
All right.
I let go of his cloak and
2.
pop to the ground.
Alrighty. Once you get done with your preparation for the round, go ahead and make me initiative rolls. So Kea, go ahead and make an initiative roll, and depending on how well it is, you'll come in on either the following round or depending on what turn order.
It wasn't very good. It was a.
Gotcha, okay. Alright, let me get this dragged over. Here we are.
Ooh.
You guys would be, yeah, right about down there. Like, probably about, yeah, close to about that area. Oh, I
Mysterious
forgot about the
cloaked
little
hooded
image.
figure and umbrella turtle.
Turtle.
Alrighty.
Oh, let's go. Oh, let's go!
Alright. Let's see. So let me check you guys' initiatives.
It's okay, I wouldn't be here yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Alright,
Go to the
so-
corner.
Victus, you
Corner
got
boy.
19.
Correct.
It won't let me move anymore.
Jamie got 10. And
Is this a fountain back here?
yes, it is. So Yarnell is kind of leaned up against it, with his like back to the edge of the fountain.
See,
Seems though that the fountain's been inactive for some time.
Yarnell was my second favorite, so don't you dare.
Alright, and then Sai got really good initiative. And okay. So that would mean, in the first order, that'll bring us to Jamie.
I'll go ahead and rage.
All right.
And as she does, once again, you see clarity go to her eyes, and she looks genuinely angry. She whips her umbrella open, and as it does, it turns into spinning blades. I'm activating my
Nice.
weapon.
All right.
And she's running up to the first guy she sees and just hacking away on him. And she is like, genuinely screaming in
Oh.
rage.
Gotcha. Real quick. Did you transform your weapon during the previous round, or are you trying to do it in this round?
This round, I guess. Is it an action to do so?
Bonus.
It's a bonus action, but you're also
Raging.
using a bonus action to rage, right?
Well, then I won't activate it. I'll rage and just run up with my parasol and I'll hit him.
Well, if you want to use one of those for the previous round, that's fine. I'm just trying to make sure.
That's fine. I can do that then.
Okay, yeah. So you go up and you're going after that one. Okay. Go ahead and roll to hit.
As the blades. 18.
Hey, nice.
rage,
Yes,
and then-
that will hit. All right.
16.
So 16 slashing damage.
And she's gonna go at it again.
Hold up. Let me get
Oh,
this.
I'm so sorry.
All right. So you come up, and this dog whips around, hearing you rage and yell as you come in. You can hear the blade spinning. He turns around, and the moment he looks back and even tries to let out a bark, the blades of this umbrella go slicing into it and eviscerates this thing. This dog
Oh,
goes cut straight in half as you just rip through its body.
and she's
Alright.
like, she's heaving with breath, and she's just running up to whoever next. She doesn't care, and she's gonna attack. Is it okay if I use that same
Yeah.
roll I did?
Yeah. If you got another attack.
Yep, it was 26 and 11. 11
Alright.
damage.
That is definitely going to hit. Let's see. You're hitting that one, so we're going to bring that down. And you said it was how much damage?
11.
11? Alright. This, at the sound of you ripping into this dog and the flesh reaving, it whips around and lets out a hideous screech out at you, but you catch it right in the chest and start charging into it. And it takes a few steps back, obviously surprised by the impact, but it is still standing.
Is that in my turn?
Alright. That brings us to Victus.
Alright. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Get behind this guy and beside Yarnell as soon as I show up next to him. Evening, Yarnell.
And he's coughing up blood as... Good to see you too.
Question. Will the fire papers stack with my right?
Which right is it exactly?
This is the right of the flame. I'm trying to intensify the fire with the paper.
I'd say it would if you use the paper first.
Okay.
Because the paper requires an actual friction. It's basic, like, chemistry, using the friction of it to create a small lasting fire effect on the weapon.
Okay. That works for me.
So if you want to use that and then just enhance the flames with your right, that would make sense.
Okay. Noted for later.
Alright.
In that case, I'm instead going to... I'm trying to remember what all I can do. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this.
Just to be sure, did you take down what the fire paper did?
Yes.
Okay,
think.
so it's the 1d8.
Yeah.
Okay.
My right is an additional 1d8 as well. Okay.
Awesome.
So... Yeah, Blood Maledict, Bloated Agony on this guy.
Alright, on that one. Alright.
Yeah, that big dude. We're
Go
going
ahead and
to...
make roll.
No.
Oh, you got
He
something
just... Yes, for the duration. So until the end of my next turn, the creature has disadvantage on strength checks and dex checks, and it takes 1d8 necrotic damage if it makes more than one attack during its turn.
Gotcha. Alright.
So as long as it has blood.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so... Yep, swelling up. And then I turn to the guy in front of me. Hello, beastie. And, yeah, got saw form ready, up and ready to go.
Alright.
Question, does...
Yes.
Yeah, it does. Okay, never mind. Yes, sorry about this. Flesh Reaver Saw, I get advantage due to flanking, correct?
Yes.
Perfect. 19 to hit.
19 to hit.
Sir.
That will hit.
Alright, that's going to be 18 points of damage into this guy's back.
Oof. He is getting it from all sides. You slice into him, being pushed already back on his feet by Jamie, and before he can even recount his balance, you slink your way up behind him and are now pushing him the opposite direction with your blades. He is absolutely feeling the damage. He is looking rough.
Alright, in that case, I am going to go ahead and take a step this way
Okay.
and attack this guy as well.
All right.
He just hefts his saw, the light glinting off of his glasses. It's such a shame to see good hunters fall to such a draw. 12 to hit.
Unfortunately, that's going to miss.
Okay. That'll end
You
my
let
turn.
out, you try and slink up as he's already kind of feeling bloated, and he's not really sure exactly what's happening to him, but he's stumbling backwards from the feeling, and a few of those stumbles is kind of throwing off your ability to gauge his movement.
Alright.
Lightly misses him.
I'm going to turn back to Yarnell. I'd recommend jumping up on top of that fountain.
He reaches an arm over the fountain and tries pulling himself up, but it's looking like he doesn't have the strength for it.
Very well. Alright, that'll end my turn.
And that'll end your turn. All right. Next. That'll bring us to the hunter that is now bloated. He's going to see you, and he's going to make a swing at you. It's going to be a plow attack. All right. Does an 11 hit?
Does not.
It does not. So he's going to takes this large, looks like a broken plow, and he's going to heave it over his arm, take a wide swing at you. But again, he's bloated, he's off balanced, he's going to swing and miss. And he doesn't know any better. He's going to make another attack against you. Disadvantage.
One necrotic.
Yep. And that's definitely going to miss. That's a 9. He's going to take a swing with his torch and just, it does not have the range for it. He can't barely see straight.
Alright.
All right.
Victus just continues to look disappointed.
Oh.
All right. And that's going to bring us to the next hunter. Going to be the one that's turning. He's still facing Jamie, and so he's going to make a saw attack against her. Does a 15 hit?
It does not.
Does not hit. I'm going to take a stab at you, but with the blood loss that's going on, the gaping wounds from these saw attacks you guys have been ripping him apart with, is hardly any reason his flesh is hanging on as it is. And he's going to make, after he misses with the saw, he's going to use his free hand with the torch to try and swipe at you at it.
Mhm.
I'm guessing a 13 doesn't hit then.
Unfortunately, no.
Man, you guys have really got these guys disoriented. Right, so he's going to swing, miss.
Or better.
At this point, you have now gathered the attention of the dogs. They are going to turn from Yarnell, see these new treats for them to feast on, and they're going to charge at you. This one's going to move up here. Is going to make a bite attack against Victus. And that misses. Attempts to go right for your ankles, and you just simply step your foot to the side and just disappointed at it. All right, and then
Oh, that is
Dang.
so sad.
sorry, that was a misclick.
Oh,
I was making sure. It has to hit, so that doesn't count. So it's gonna end his turn, and this one is now going to come up. And because he is now within 5 feet of the other one, He now has advantage on attack rolls.
Plus
This is
flanking.
Pack tactics for them.
He also gets flanking. So if they have yeah.
I'm guessing a 14 doesn't hit.
No.
Doesn't hit. All right.
But being
Your poor little
surrounded
guys.
being surrounded by these enemies, attacked on all sides, Victus can't help himself. He just cracks a smile under his mask.
And that will bring us to Sokaya. I'm gonna say with all of your movement, I can say if you use the action to dash, you would make it just to the entrance of the tunnel down there to end your turn. Yeah.
Okay.
And then, like I said, I'll have to get that Chicago back to you. That'll bring us to the top of the round, which will be back to Jamie.
She's gonna continue. I guess she's gonna go around this way. Well, no, she would get. It's fine. She'll stay where she is, and she's gonna start hacking away again.
Just going after the one in front of her?
Yep.
All right. Go ahead.
15. Is that it?
15. I believe that does hit. Yes.
That'll be 14 damage on him.
All right. All right. You still got the soft form of the umbrella, right?
Yes.
So as you slice into him, already gaping wounds, you just drill it even deeper, and actually it pushes so deep into his chest, it connects with the hole that or the wound that Victus put into his back until you can see straight through him when you pull the saw blade back, and he just stands there for a second before falling back, collapsed.
And she just looks at him and says, "Get out of my way!" and walks to the next guy.
Steps over to the dog. All right.
Does a 28 hit?
Oh my gosh.
No, the dog's
Aw,
really
man.
actually got. You notice that it has actually chainmail armor weaved into his.
Aw,
skin.
crap.
That
Aw,
definitely hits.
man. Okay, he takes 12 damage.
Aw, dang, that chainmail's made of bullcrapium.
Aw.
All right. You slice into this dog, and just like the one before it, it's nothing. You just cleave right through it, sawing this dog right in half.
And she walks up to the next guy and looks him in the eye and says, "Move." Can I roll intimidation, please?
You know what? Roll with disadvantage because I'm not sure these things even understand what you're saying.
Aww.
You just go up to this beast who's already feeling bloated and kind of like just out of it, and you just move, and he just kind of stares back at you. Not a thought behind those eyes, practically.
I will end my turn.
All right, that's gonna take us to Victus.
Alright, having dodged the dog's bite, I'm gonna kick it in the mouth and bring down the blade on its back.
Awesome. All right, roll to hit.
26 to hit.
That hits.
Alright, so that is going to be a total of 16 points of damage. 4 of those are fire damage.
You bring the saw blade down upon it, and it just catches the dry, matted fur of this dog. The smell is horrid, but it is now just a burning pile of carved flesh of this dog. It is just decimated.
Alright. I'm going to... Is it possible for me to hold my next attack?
Yeah. What are you holding it for?
The second this guy tries to make a second attack or move. Either of
Okay.
those things. And I will
All right.
land my strike.
Alrighty then. So that brings us to his turn. All right. As Jamie ran up to him and yelled at him, she now has his full attention. He's going to attempt to make a plow attack against her. Say 14 hit.
It is not.
Man, these guys cannot roll.
Poor lad.
This is
All
making
right.
Yarnell look weak. All right, so that misses. He's now going to roll second attack with disadvantage.
Another 1 damage, and before he can land that, I'm going to go ahead and Bring on the saw.
All right,
Another 28 to hit.
that hits.
Alright, so that is going... I'm re-rolling that 1. Because Great Weapon Master, I can... it's now a 2. Okay. So, 19 points of damage. 8 of that is fire.
Dang!
Nice. Absolutely tears into this thing. Now that bloating feeling, it's starting to burst, and he is absolutely feeling it. Just
The bloating is actually
yelling
over
and screaming.
at this point.
yeah, pretty much him bloat his body. As soon as you actually cut into the flesh, it just explodes in a burst of blood. Your clothes are stained once again, but it's raining, so you know it'll wash out.
Mm-hmm.
But he
Life
is
of a hunter.
he is reeling in agony. He's going to go ahead and make his second attack with disadvantage.
Ooh,
Oh,
good thing
man.
too.
That's still a 19 to hit. Jamie, does that hit?
That does.
That hits. All right. And that is going to be with the torch, and that is going to be 6 fire damage
I'll take it.
as he smacks you in the face with his torch. A little bit singed, but no worse for wear.
My glasses, no.
All right, which will now bring us to Sokea's turn. Sokea.
She's just strolling up. Sorry, it seems I was a little late to the party. And walks up to the guy, takes out her staff of defense, and just bludgeons his knees. Goes
Nice.
ups.
All right. It's a 12.
Mm-hmm.
That just misses.
No.
I still have 3 more attacks, so I can try it again.
That definitely hits.
You know what? Go. She's gonna keep going for the knees. Why not?
Just-
she's hitting each one. Oh,
Wow.
Knee.
Knees. Just beating in his kneecaps. All right. So 10 and 10. Oof. Oh, man. So, as... You know what? How do you want to do this?
Oh, the knee shots are crazy.
I'm assuming since he, I went for the knees, he's fallen over. I mean,
Yeah, he's been brought down to what's left of his knees, as you can hear them just crumbling. They're like noodles beneath his legs at this point. He doesn't know how to fall down at this point. He's just laying there.
she's gonna take out the dragon essence blade. It's turning into fire blade, so as it just bursts into flame, she's just strolling up to him and slams it into his chest, and then as it goes in the chest, she rips it up out of his head.
Oh, nice.
So, you show up
Alright.
late to the party and take the best part, huh?
Of course, you have to be fashionably late.
Fair enough. He will, maintain... actually, I don't think I can maintain it. Alright, he's going to disengage the hissing fire, steaming in the rain from his weapon.
You
and
can hear the sizzling
Yes.
up until that point.
He turns towards Yarnell. As I was saying, greetings, friend.
He is actually at this point. You can tell it has struggled for him to even breathe, much less talk, as he just stares at you guys.
Victus will reach into his pocket, pull out a blood vial, and stab it into his neck.
Okay.
I was gonna say, okay, thanks.
As you do, he clutches onto the vial as it stabs into his neck, but holds it there, and just kind of starts taking a few deep breaths in. Thank you.
Of course.
Jamie kind of like pats his hair back as he's doing it
It's
in like
28
comforting
points
way.
of healing.
Right?
Now, how did you end up in a predicament such as this?
Trying to kill off the rest of the beasts that were left here.
But you don't seem like an individual who would so easily be taken by surprise.
Well, let's just say I've been a bit distracted.
Truly.
There's something more going on here.
Oh, we've become privy to this ourselves, actually.
Really?
Indeed.
What have you discovered?
Well, after we saw another one of our comrades succumb to the madness and the beasthood,
It was sick.
it was twisted. We stumbled upon let's call him a local.
Oh,
And he,
I didn't think anyone was crazy enough to stay here. That wasn't
Teller of wares.
crazy.
yes, he said we are not the first, nor will we be the last group of hunters to come through here in order to quote-unquote purge this place.
So,
I suspect a lot of people have died here.
He
that would
says that,
explain the amount of hunters I've seen turned.
yes, indeed. I'm starting to suspect that there aren't actually survivors at this castle we're going to.
Well, I don't know if I'll be able to make it there. At least not right now.
Jamie is gonna take off her shawl and she's gonna lay it over him.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Remind me of my grandson.
Well, he must have been, quite the troublemaker then.
He
To get
is.
yourself into situations like I have.
There, you just rest. We'll keep going, and we'll figure out what's on this twisted island, and we'll get us out of here.
Yes. Unfortunately, I don't believe that there's much out here that can be considered safe.
No. Where did you say, you met this fellow?
Mr. Shank just kind of looks up to the sky and then gives him directions towards the shop.
Not sure. Do you think it's safe to remain there?
As long as you don't try and bury a hatchet in our back, like a certain individual did before we stumbled upon him. I believe it was... What was
Start
his
with an
name? I
A?
believe it was Asher.
Oh, him.
Yes.
He was acting a bit more paranoid last I saw him, but
Well,
I
he
figured the
won't.
hunter was just getting to him.
He won't act paranoid anymore. He was
I
swiftly
see.
dealt with.
Were you able to meet up with Devlaw? Or was that the one you saw change as well?
Victus just kind of looks off to the side.
Jamie's hands started just like trembling.
I see.
He didn't seem to be the family type.
I don't know. He was not one for much conversation, but he seemed to really care about that music box. He said it was a gift from his daughter, and it seemed to bring him a little comfort as we moved along.
Yes, well.
He was a good man.
Indeed he was. Well,
Yet
I'm going
another.
to...
Claimed by the
Try and-
beasts.
It seems all too many have done so before. And here I thought we were the first to make this excursion.
I
You know,
believe
if
we
you
are.
need help getting back to Bloodborns.
Yes, should we assist, just in case? I'm in no
If you
hurry.
would.
I'm in no hurry to continue on down this quite literal hellhole. So I would not
I am
mind.
in quite a hurry.
Are you?
Yes, I need to get off this island as fast as possible.
Ah,
Has it been a minute yet? I'm guessing yes.
It has been a minute at this point, so I
Her
imagine you're
eyes glaze
slowly...
over.
Hmm.
What was I saying?
We'll discuss it later, Madam Jamie. For now, Yarnell, let's get you back to relative safety.
All right. He's going to slowly try and prop himself up using the back of the fountain and try and sit himself up on the edge of it.
Victus will help him up.
Okay. And he's going to put his arm around you. Thank you. Once again.
Of course. Don't just, My only request is that you don't suddenly turn and try and take a chunk out of my neck. That might put a damper on my day.
Well, it would also put a damper on my appetite, so no worries. It's not my preferred cut of meat.
As they're walking, can we just walk back to the shop now?
Sure, yeah. So you start making your way back up. Since you backtracked, you're just following the path once again that you did.
Yeah.
You come across the shop.
On the way, Victus just kind of looks over to Sokea. Miss Sokea,
Yes.
are you as concerned for Madam Jamie as I am?
I suppose.
I'm
She
fine. I
sounds
wasn't
well
injured.
Oh, that's wonderful to hear, Madam Jamie. He turns back towards Sokea. However, that's not what I'm talking about. You've seen the way her mind clears every once in a while. Yes?
Well, I haven't seen anything, but I know what you mean.
The fallacies of common metaphors we use on every day. Completely turned to worthless stubble before you. Regardless, I'm wondering if there's some way we might be able to clear her mind more permanently. Forgive me if I say that any form of madness, age-dependent or otherwise, puts me a little on edge.
Especially if this place also turns you mad. I'd be afraid to see her if she was doubly mad.
Indeed.
See her picking up a shiny rock and be like, whoa.
Alright. Making our way back to shop.
Alrighty.
Downtown.
As you come across the shop, you see the familiar broken down blacksmith sign and the same door.
Just gonna knock.
You hear a bit of shuffling. One moment. You see Bloodstone come to the door, open it. I didn't expect to see you back so soon.
No, neither did
Thought you
we.
might have missed us.
Prez, it's always nice to have company when you're quiet for so long around here. Come in.
We have another patient for you.
Oh, do you? Oh, I recognize you. I saw you earlier traveling down the street. I see you didn't fare so well, did you? Yarnell's just going to look at him. No, not so much. Still kind of holding on to his neck where the vial was. It's been taken out at this point, but he's still kind of just like holding on to it.
Victor shrugs. The sooner the blood gets to your brain, the faster it works, is what I've found.
Oh, it is so good. Nah. Sorry, lost my train of thought there. Give it. You're not wrong about that, but I feel like blood in anywhere at this point is good. Lost too much back there.
Fair enough. He's gonna help ease him down into a chair onto a bed or whatever.
Oh yeah, Bloodstone's gonna clear off a place for him to lay down, relax.
Apologies, Mr. Bloodstone, for invading your home with a multitude of patients at this point, all in the last hour, no less, but...
Oh, don't think much of it. I offer what I can to those who need help. It's something to pass the time. Oh, also, your friend, Darius, he's recovering quite well, but he's still requiring some rest.
Understood.
He was suffering from a small slight of beasthood. How he came into contact with it, I'm not sure, but nothing to worry himself about it. He's been cleansed of it for now, but he needs to take some time for his body to adjust to the treatment.
Well, then I'm truly glad we caught it as early as we did.
Indeed. Otherwise, you would have ended up like one of those blood-drunk hunters out there. Like the one who was willing to put a hatchet at your back.
Speaking of horrors beyond human understanding, I believe we should be on our way now, yes?
No, of course. You know, if you don't get sidetracked with more patients this time. Not that I'm complaining.
Truly, I hope not. Yarnell is the only individual out of all of those that we spent any meaningful time with whatsoever.
Well, I guess that makes him quite special to you, huh?
More special than the others, I suppose. But we have Yarnell, Ash is dead, Devlor is dead, unfortunately. The other two, I've seen neither hide nor hair of them.
Probably also dead.
Would not
As I said,
surprise me.
Bloodstone's gonna turn. As I said, I did see a female heading up the street before I spotted Yarnell. I was quite earlier, but she seemed to be heading towards the edge of town, near where the cathedral is. I haven't seen any of your other compatriots, unfortunately.
Well then, what should be our next course of action?
Where shall we go next? I'm scared to wander around when there's so many scary things out there right now.
Yes, but something's telling me if the city's population has suffered multiple invasions of hunters before and still maintains so many beasts and a growing number of these, as you call them, blood-drunk hunters, I don't think the time is on our side. We can't simply wait here.
In my opinion, straight ahead is always the best course of action.
So, Kaya?
At least.
I say we just go find more things to kill. Have some more fun.
Simple, straight to the point. I like it. Let's go. Thank you again for your continued hospitality, Mr. Bloodstone.
No problem. I'll be here if you ever need anything else.
Of course. No.
He's going to give you another simple salute and start going to grab some supplies and stuff to tend to Yarnell. Alright, so you step outside of the blacksmith shop, close the door behind you, back into the rain. The night is still plenty dark. The moon's still high in the sky, providing what little light it does, aside from the occasional torches and burning piles of bodies across the littered streets. The night is still progressing.
I guess I just start walking forward.
Yeah, we're going.
Alright,
There's
you're heading
speed
towards
legs.
the other edge of town?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. You continue on. Go ahead and make me some perception checks.
Sure thing.
Okay. Nothing seemingly too surprising. Again, you could run into the occasional rabid dog, the occasional beast. Nothing you guys can't seem to handle yourselves without any risk of injury. It seems that most of the larger threats have been taken care of. You progress your way through the rest of the town, and you start to see the edge. You can see the low outer walls of the town and the gate that leads towards the woods, and you see the cathedral that connects to the very end of this town, right near the gate.
Ooh. I will walk up to it.
Madam
Walking up to the
Jim.
cathedral.
All right.
Okay.
Ugh, I hate churches.
Victus just shrugs and keeps walking. He goes with them.
All right. You come across this large cathedral, and there's a flight of stairs, maybe about 2 to 3 flights, leading up to it. It seems to hold a bit of a higher position over the rest of the town. As you begin up the stairs, you can see the, marbling and the intricate design as most cathedrals are, but it is very run down. As the rest of this town, it looks as if it has suffered many wear and tear. You come across the door, you've reached the top of the stairs, and you come to the large, intricately designed iron doors of this cathedral.
Are they unlocked?
Do you go to try?
Yes. Try to unlock.
You go to try and move the door, and you realize there's nothing locking them. They're just large, heavy iron.
Mm-hmm.
You can seem to put a little might into it. You can push them open.
It's gonna brace both of her hands and try to push them open.
All right. You push the doors open, and you see that it opens into a very large hallway, pillars on each side, with more stairs leading higher up into the cathedral.
The cathedral is made of stone, yeah?
Yes, it is.
Are there ornate decorations all over the place?
Not so
I'm talking
much.
about in the stonework itself.
In the stonework, not so much, no.
Really?
You do see the occasional candelabra standing, providing what little light inside. And
No. What I'm
see,
asking is designs carved into the stone.
not designs, no.
Okay.
You can see carving and marbling and intricately designed corners, but nothing design-wise, no.
Okay. So architecturally, actually kind of bland.
Yes. It does have stained glass windows, but they have become somewhat faded and dusted.
Okay.
All right. Do you continue inwards?
Mm-hmm.
All right. As you continue up the stairs, you finally reach the top, and it opens into a very large open floor area. You can see the hallway opens up into the very vast, kind of hard to describe it really.
Mm-hmm.
It's very empty, surprisingly. It's just a very large open room, pillars, stained glass windows on either side. This is where you start seeing actual kind of designs carved into the walls and ceiling. If you've ever seen pictures of Catholic cathedrals and maybe the Vatican, very similar to that, just very rundown and old.
Ah, now this is some architecture worth getting excited for. He's just gonna run his hand along it. I'm more partial to wood carving myself, but I can understand the masterful handship of a well-seasoned chiseler when I see one.
As you begin running your hands along the wall and making your way slowly through this very large and open room, you can see at the very end of the room is a very grand and decorated altar. White cloth with what looks like shiny gold kind of ordaining it. It's kind of hard to see from this distance. It is very kind of far out from the entrance you guys just have come out of, but you can definitely see the prominent design at the end of it. Go ahead and make me a perception check. All right. As you look out, Sokea, you don't really feel anything, being how large and open this room is. It actually almost feels a bit unnerving, feeling how empty the room feels, and the only feeling within it is the steps of your compatriots. You, however, Victus, look out and you see a small form kneeled in front of the altar.
Oh no.
Victus just holds out his arm and just gently taps Sokea's shoulder. We have company.
I wonder why I couldn't go for it. It's weird. She fidgets with the gold coin necklace she's wearing nervously.
Calm your nerves, Sokea. Deep breaths and all that. We don't know how this situation could potentially escalate. Madam Jamie,
Yes.
would you please attend me?
Yes, dear.
I'd like to know what
Duty.
this individual wants. A blood-drunk hunter
Yeah.
won't... Well, I'm not sure what a blood-drunk hunter might do. But, in all likelihood, this is our fellow hunter who was hired for this job. Let's go have a chat. He's gonna walk up.
So you are following along?
Oh yeah, right behind him.
All right. As you begin to step closer and closer into the cathedral, you can hear the sounds of your feet slightly echoing, but it's almost drowned out by the rain outside, gently falling against the sides, as you begin to hear very echoed and very slight whispering. As you gain closer, you recognize that this is actually Ella, the masked ranger that was introduced to you during the meeting. And you can see she's kneeling in front of this altar, and she is, what sounds like, when you listen to it, sounds like she's praying.
Mr. Shank just kind of looks at Jamie.
Yes, dear.
She just kind of looks back towards the kneeling Ella.
I don't know if we'll disturb. I know people are very serious about their religion.
Indeed.
Hmm.
Are there, like, chairs in here? Pews? Like, anything?
Mm-mm. It is completely empty, aside from just the building itself and the altar in front of her.
Alright.
And
Does
she's
she
seemingly
look?
kneeling on the ground in front of the altar.
Does she look weird at all?
It's hard to tell from her back.
She didn't react to our talking at all?
Depends. Were you whispering, or were you saying this loud enough to where she would normally be
Would
able
have
to hear?
been whispering for sure.
Yeah,
Would have been
100%.
whispering. It doesn't seem that she's noticed it. She seems very enveloped in whatever she's praying about. Whatever she's dealing with.
Darling,
She sounds very desperate in her speaking, asking for protection and saving grace, and essentially just, it seems very fearful.
What was that, Madam Jamie?
Based on past experiences here, I think we should be cautious. And she pulls out her umbrella. We don't have to be threatening. We just have to be cautious.
Agreed. Unfortunately, he looks towards his axe. The blade version is a little bit less subtle. So, at the moment, he just, he actually just reignites the illusion on the axe to make it look like a cane.
Okay.
And props it down, in front of him. You ready?
I am.
He kind of glances over to Sokea. What's she up to?
She's followed them. She's just next to him,
All right.
watching. They're not watching.
You hear her gasp and turn around, holding a dagger out towards you.
Whoa, dear.
He's just... Mr. Shank is just standing there with both hands on the top of his cane.
She lets the dagger down a little bit, not holding her arm straight out pointed toward you, but she still has it, dagger close to her, pointed in your direction. You shouldn't scare me like that.
Apologies, but I believe that literally any other way of getting your attention would be worse.
Fair point. What are you doing here?
Well, we are on our way out of the city when he kind of glances towards Jamie. Madam Jamie here decided to look at the architecture, as it were.
As you look at her, if I remember correctly, the image I sent you, she has a wooden mask with eye holes in it. You can clearly see her eyes through the mask itself, and you can see they're darting around back and forth between all three of you. She's like scanning you guys, trying to get every detail, trying to figure out, do you pose a threat to her? And she's just kind of breathing heavily. You made it through the town. What's the others?
Unfortunately, it's not so much good news there. Asher...
There were a few casualties.
Yes, Asher went mad. He just looks off with a disappointed sigh. Devlor, he also fell to the beastwood. Yarnell, however, we managed to save. If only just. Here you are, and Zero, we're not sure where he is.
We didn't see him as soon as we entered the town. He was the first to take charge through. I fought my way through. The group ended up separating as wide as this town is, and, well, one thing led to another. I ended up here, cowering in fear from those creatures outside. I did not expect it would be all this.
Is this your first hunt?
Well, on a scale such as this, yes. I've been a hunter for most of my life, but not for some creatures like this. I know he asked for seals and nerves, but I didn't expect to see such horrors as I witnessed here.
Well,
We are our way out of the city, darling, if you want to come with.
Indeed, it's been mostly cleared of the creatures, and our escape path back to the rendezvous point, as it were, has been cleared out as good as it's going to get, so we're about to move on. But considering that the vanguard has been mostly shattered, I suppose we are the vanguard now.
Well, if you seem to made it through the town rather fine, then maybe it would be good to stick with you. And she goes to stand up and kind of composes herself, and you can see that she was clutching a golden locket within her hands, seemingly what she was using, kind of as you would see people with prayer beads. She's still clutching it to her chest. Go ahead and all of you make me... Actually, Jamie and Victus, make me a perception check.
That's a nature check. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. Sokea, make me one with advantage. Gotcha. All right. As she stands up, like I said, you can clearly see her eyes. Definitely, you, Jamie, you notice as she's looking, suddenly there's a flash of something in her eyes as the whites of them begin to slightly yellow. And there's suddenly almost like a light glaze that seems to go over it.
Darling? Darling, are you alright?
She kind of stands stock still for a moment, and she's... Oh my. And she doubles over, seemingly now caught in a coughing fit.
I run up, grab Shank's hand, and just say, "Run."
Miss Ella?
She continues to cough, and the coughing is getting guttural and visceral. It almost sounds like it doesn't sound human anymore.
Not this again.
Victus is going to watch this happen.
As her bones begin to stretch and crack, she grows 3 times in size. You've seen this before, like with Devlor, but this is bigger. Horrendous. As Ella now stands before you
Not
in a
again.
large beast form.
Not
I want you all
again.
to roll initiative.
I have sadness in my bones.
Victus would... that's fine.
If you want to prepare something like last time,
No,
like as a
he would-
pre-prep round while the transformation.
This is the second time he's seen this happen, and he would not have allowed that to happen the same way it did with Devlor. He was going to use the blood curse. Like he tried with Devlor.
You know what? I'll say that if you want to try, you can try and attempt to use whatever blood magic you were going to. But, again, it feels like it's not a natural blood. It's not something you've ever sensed before. It's like it can't be controlled. It's blood, but it shouldn't exist in a way. It
Alright.
doesn't feel as if anything... It unnerves you to your core, sensing it.
Okay, can I just make a check using my spellcasting bonus?
Sure.
Natural one.
What were
Mark
you
off.
trying to check for?
I'm going to mark off a use of my blood curse. I was going to try and stop it from happening.
I got you. Okay.
As he sees it doesn't work, he's just going to grit his teeth. If I have to see one more comrade. Ha!
Right. 24 and 10. Gotta sort this. Okay. So, I will say if you want, you can, unless you were actually running away, you can say you were closer. It's up to you.
No,
but
he
this
was going
will-
to step back.
Okay. Then this will take us to Jamie's turn.
This time her rage kind of happens naturally. It isn't something she triggers. Hot, angry tears start falling down her face as she begins to rage again. And it just starts. She starts hitting her with her weapon because she realizes she's no longer what she used to be. And as she does, she just keeps mumbling, "She's too young, she's too young, she's too young."
So I'm guessing you've moved up to her to
Mhm.
reach.
Yeah.
Alright.
She's got the movement for
What is
it.
that to hit?
That
14
is
to hit?
14.
It's going to miss. You take
Okay.
a swipe at one of her. She's standing on all fours at this point. As you make a swipe at her, she instinctively jerks her hand away.
I'm going to try to hit her again.
Okay.
There we go, out of 10.
All right, that's gonna miss too.
And I do have a thing for this. I'm sure. Hold on. I probably don't. Go. It's fine. Go ahead. That'll be my turn.
Okay.
Oh, reckless attack. What am I doing? That's
Okay.
what I'm looking
You
for.
wanna do reckless?
Yes.
All right.
Which
You
is-
can
I
re-roll
roll
the
again.
first one too.
Yep.
So that definitely hits. All right.
All right. That's going. And then I'm gonna hit again. Oof. Okay. That's a lot better than before.
15 and 9. Got you. Okay.
And
So-
she's going to cut into her. And that'll be my turn.
All right. Definitely slicing into these long, spindly arms of hers. All right, and that's going to end your turn. That's going to bring us to Ella's turn. Let's see.
And a little bit of flavor that I forgot to add last time, as she entered her rage, you see almost like weird translucent spirits appear next to Jamie and start protecting around her.
All right. She's going to let out a very large and guttural howl like a wolf, but of a size you've never heard before. She's going to do that, and that's going to be much. All right. And then she's going to try and make a claw attack at you. See. $19 plus
Oh, it is.
9. Yeah, no, that definitely hits.
She has advantage on the attack. Reckless attack gives Jamie advantage, but it also gives all enemies advantage until the start of her next
On
turn.
me.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll roll just to see if it's a natural. Okay. So it's going to be 2d6. It's going to be 12 plus 5. It's going to be 17 slashing damage.
Oh gosh. Okay.
All right. She's going to make another claw attack with her other hand.
Mm-hmm.
Does 17 hit?
It hits. Yeah.
All right. That's gonna be 15 slashing damage.
Uh-huh.
And she's going to make a bite attack against you. That 17 plus 9, that hits. And 2d5. Oh man. Oh, that rolled so low. Okay. So that'd be 9 piercing damage.
Give me all you've got.
And while she's been making these attacks, she's going to have like slowly been maneuvering around you and moving like this.
Okay.
All right. Basically almost like crawling over you, like towering over as she's making claw attacks and like stepping over you. All right. It's going to end her turn and bring us down to Sokaya.
I always knew praying was useless. She's gonna run and almost like slide underneath Ella while pulling out her Chikage and stabbing
Chikage?
it like Chikage, however you pronounce it.
All right.
And reaching up to stab like into her neck. Whatever.
Ooh. Okay. That will definitely hit. So slash.
And then do I get a bonus, or not a bonus, but like another 1d8 necrotic damage, or is that just...
Did you use the bonus action to transform it?
Can I? I didn't know I
Yeah.
had to do that beforehand. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you use the bonus action to trife it, so at the end of your turns, you take 1d8 necrotic, but you also deal an extra 1d8 necrotic with all your attacks with it.
I'm scared.
Okay. Alright, so that's an additional 5 necrotic. Alright.
Then she's gonna pull out the dragon essence.
Alright.
I'm gonna it turns into an ice blade, and she's gonna use that to try and slice at the ankles of all the limbs she can reach. So
Okay.
Dang.
Hits.
Sheesh.
Ah.
Woof! Well,
So-
2 of the 3 hits.
So she aims for 2 different, like she'll slice one and then turn and slice the other.
Alright. So that's 5, 7. Alright. As you're ripping into her arms and legs and slicing at them, you can hear her letting out that guttural howl again. But it's a lot more strained as you did stab her in the neck. You can feel like there's a wetness to the roar now. Okay. Is there any other attack?
Nope, that's all. But I'll roll for my damage.
Okay.
5.
Trade it out. All right, and that brings us now to Victus's turn.
He just clenches his fist, his hands over top of the cane. You can hear the grinding of teeth. I'm tired of watching comrades die. He's going to run up, and Sokea went under. He's going over.
Oh, nice. All
I'm
right.
grabbing onto this thing's hair, and I want to swing up onto its back.
All right. Go ahead and make me a very quick dex check. Not a high DC.
Not athletics?
It does Actually, yes. Unless you have more proficiency with acrobatics, go with athletics.
23.
Yes, easily. You take one hand, grab on the hair, and just with just the grip and the momentum, you swing yourself up and land on her back. Still one hand grabbing the hair to steady yourself, the other hand free to do what you wish.
Alright. I'm going to take out my axe and drive it down into her spine.
Nice, alright.
Bonus action, as it falls down, the blood from my hand, from where I've been clenching it so hard, seeps into the shaft of the axe, shoots up, and ignites the blade in fire.
Nice.
I'm going to take 4 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
Natural 1.
As you try to make a swipe right into her spine, you notice that there's a lot more hair on her back in almost thick tufts. As you attempt to make a cut into it, it seems that it gets slightly caught up in the hair and is trying to cut through it before it can reach her body.
Alright, in that case, for my second attack, I would just like to twist the axe so it is wrapped in the hair, and I just want to catch the hair on fire.
Alright, let's do it.
19.
That hits.
Alright, so I am just coating as much of this hair as I can in my flaming blade. I'm not actually aiming to do any damage, I just want her to burn.
Alright. What damage would you have done, just straight fire damage?
It's a D8 of fire damage,
Okay.
normally.
Go ahead and roll me 2d8.
Okay. 10 points of
Nice.
fire damage.
Alright. So, as you let this in and rip into the hair and lighting it ablaze, it's slowly reaching down to the roots of the hair, to her body, and she begins to cry out in pain and horror. It seems the fire really seems to singe.
Alright, I'm holding on
Anything else?
for dear life.
Alright.
Bonus. Okay.
I think you used your bonus action to transform it.
I didn't transform it.
Oh, you didn't?
I
Okay.
did use it to activate the right, though, so I don't have one. Okay.
Oh, that's what
the
it
end,
was.
That's the end
Gotcha.
of my turn.
Okay. That'll bring us... Actually, she's going to take a legendary action. And... Let's see. She's going to make a pulverizing slam. Say 20 feet long and 50 feet wide. So she's going to make a slam in the direction of Sokea, and creature, you must make I need you to make a dex saving throw. Oh boy. So, as she turns to you, she lifts both hands in the air and just brings them down as hard as she can, trying to smash you into the ground.
Oh.
That's
Is
going
it
to be...
the spectral spirits that are hovering around Jamie fly around and try to protect against it? Any creature that this character makes that is not against any character not me has disadvantage. Also, the person receiving the damage is reduced by 3d6.
What was it?
basically, I don't know if this is a roll, an attack roll, but if it is, it has disadvantage. But regardless, this is reduced by 3d6 because the shields are going to protect against it that Jamie has. It's part of her subclass.
Gotcha. Does that only affect attack rolls, or is it just for someone taking damage?
If a character takes damage, you can use a reaction to reduce that damage.
Okay. Yeah, because it's not an attack roll she's making. It requires them to make a saving throw, but she is taking damage. So if you want to activate that.
It's reduced by 7. Ooh, that was rough.
All right. And since you failed the saving throw, you are also knocked prone. All right, and that is going to bring us to the top of the round to Jamie.
And she is going to grip her blade harder and just start whacking wildly while yelling, "Keep your eyes on me!" And that's the wrong thing. It'll work though. The 16 hit.
Yes, 16 hits.
Okay. Take
Alright,
14
so that's-
damage.
Okay.
And then for this one, 11 damage.
All right.
And once again, the shields activate and start surrounding her. And then that'll be my turn.
Very nice, very nice. All right. After this, it's going to bring us to Ella's turn. Need to roll a d6. All right, that recharges.
Sorry, can I use my bonus action? I'm so sorry to heal myself.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
How the golden vial? What do I roll for it? I'm sorry.
Blood vial. I think it was.
It's 8d4 plus 8.
Yes, that's what it was. I was 8 something plus 8.
8d4. Goodness.
Mm-hmm.
So
These are coming in more useful now that your healer's not here. That was unintended.
8d4 plus 8. Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Let's see. So she's going to turn around. She's going to make an attack on Sokeya, who is currently on the ground. She's going to make 2 claw attacks against her. And yeah,
Disadvantage.
horrible rolls. Does a 12 hit?
No.
Oh my god.
No. Okay. So then both those claw attacks miss. She's trying to hit at you, but considering she's got someone burning into her back and another person attacking her legs from behind, finding it really hard. She's going to whip her head around to see Victus hanging onto her back, and she's going to attempt to bite at him. Does a 17 hit?
Sheesh.
Just barely.
Just barely hits. All right. That's going to be. That's going to be.
Ouch.
17 piercing damage.
Okay.
Owie, owie.
All right.
Oof. Okay.
And that is going to end her turn and bring it to Sokeya. So
Okay.
you're currently prone, so you can use half your movement to stand back up if you'd like.
Yep.
Okay.
Need to do this. And she's gonna pull out the dragon essence blade and rub the fire paper on it. So can I? Well, if I do that, can I double the damage versus what her blade turns into and fire damage, or is that?
It would depend on what the blade turned into. If you turned it into an ice blade and rub the fire paper on it, they would kind of cancel each other out. Or it would just cancel out the fire because the blade would be made ice.
Well, then we'll just see what I get first. It's a fire blade. I don't even need.
All right. Saves you a fire paper. There you go.
Let's go.
Can I get her attention to kind of move her head to look at me? Like, is
Sure, if you want to do that.
I would like to call out to her. I don't. Hey, ugly.
Victus face palms with his free hand.
Your character's too much fun. Okay, yeah. She's going to hear the yelling, and she's going to whip her head back around to the person she was trying to hit earlier and couldn't because of the others. So the taunting is not a lot of fun right now for her.
So if she brings her face, so Kaya's gonna run and stab her. Can I reach her eye? And if not, I was gonna stab her in the face.
I will say you'll be able to stab her in the face. You won't exactly be able to aim for the eye, mainly because that's a more precise target, especially with your visuals, and also with the amount of hair that's matted around her, it's hard to even see it in the first place.
Go for the face.
Yeah, we can go for the face.
Stab it.
Nice.
Ooh, okay, that hits.
I'm gonna do so. I stab. And I'm gonna drag it down her face as much as I can. Does that end?
That hits, and 6 slashing.
Isn't that fire?
It's fire. Damage.
Yep.
Yeah, one more.
Nice.
Ooh,
So
putting in
it's
work.
11, 18 points of fire damage before vulnerabilities.
Yeah, after vulnerabilities, ooh, that did some good damage.
Yay!
All right.
And that ends my turn.
That ends your turn. All right. Ella's going to take another legendary action, and she's going to clench that golden pendant that is still in her hand, as you noticed. She's going to clutch it as she looks her head up to the sky and lets out another guttural roar. And you almost see what seems like moonlight, barely peering through one of the stained glass windows, fall upon her. And she is going to heal.
No.
Joyous day.
I gotta roll this. 1 second. Plus that. Alright. And that's going to end her turn.
Okay. Hey, didn't I get my turn? Oh, that was a legendary action.
That was her legendary
Okay.
action, so that's gonna
Is
end
she-
her turn.
Is she
And
still
send it
holding
to
on
you.
to that pendant?
She is, yes. It's clutched deep within her fist.
Filthy bloody beast. He is going to rip his axe out of the hair. Is it still burning?
The hair is, if you rip it out, it'll start burning off the hair, but it won't be the constant pressure of fire on there if you kept it there.
Alright. I have to make a choice here. Alright. I'm gonna rip out the axe. Go ahead and
Okay.
do that. I'm gonna... Does she have horns?
Yes, she actually does.
I have a crazy idea.
Alright.
But it's got that is it really worth it kind of D&D funkiness to it.
You know what? If you want, I'd say throw the idea out, and I'll tell you how likely it is to work or not.
How?
Unless you just want to save it, that's also possible.
So it appeared that she healed after clutching the pendant, yes?
Yes.
Alright. So Victus stands up and is going to drive his blade into her back again.
Okay.
15 to hit.
15 to hit, that just hits.
Alright. Alright, so that's going to be
Nice.
20 points of damage plus another 4 if you double that. So 24 total.
Okay.
And then another hit.
Alright, go for it.
22.
That definitely hits.
Ooh, max fire damage.
Ooh,
nice.
nice.
Yay.
Let's
So
go.
as he stands there, the flame swirling around his axe, he's just doom into the back, and he goes, I've never
Let's go.
I've never seen a creature who can heal herself before. That's a problem. And then he jumps off, and then, as a bonus action, he's going to pull out his fire paper. And do I have fire paper? Did I buy some?
I think you bought some. It depends on how much you bought, because you used one already in the earlier fight
I
with Yarnell.
didn't. I didn't use fire paper on him.
No,
that
you
was
did.
that was a right.
Oh, I thought you said you did the fire paper to
No.
enhance with the right.
No. No, I said I'll use that for later because it had already been
okay.
done. I didn't want to
All right,
retroactively change it.
Then if you did buy one originally, then you should still have one.
All right, so I am going to run up to her shoulders. I'm going to take the fire paper, put it on the chain of her pendant, and slide down the pendant off of her body
nice.
and ignite the pendant with the fire paper.
Nice, nice, nice. All right, go ahead and roll me a 1d8.
2.
2. We'll double that to 4. Gotcha. All right,
And
plus everything you did before.
I just want to discourage her from touching it.
Oh, I get that. And then plus the 15. Sorry, math is not my strong suit. Getting the damage together. All right, got that. As you do, she's already reeling in recoil from the damage that you've done to her back. As you jump off, slide down this chain, as the pendant's chain catches fire, and the chain being wrapped around her hand, it begins to slowly engulf in flames as she lets out a huge guttural scream as her hand opens up and she begins to try and slam it on the ground from the pain of the fire. The pendant does go flying out of her hand.
Perfect. He turns towards the form of what used to be Ella and just tisk tisk, Madam Miss Ella. No cheating.
All right.
That's going to
Is
end
Is that
my
end your
turn.
turn?
Yep.
All right. It's going to bring us to the top, but she is going to use a legendary action. Seeing, obviously, that you were the one to do this, she's going to be enraged, and she's going to make another pulverize attack against you this time. I need you to make a dex saving throw.
24.
Nice.
24, that saves. So you are only going to take 24 points of bludgeoning damage, and you are not knocked prone.
Victus is not looking good.
Right? D6
He
does
is
not
not
recharge.
looking good at all.
I'm gonna reduce it.
Oh, okay.
Because anything helps. Let's hope this is good-ish. 7
Hey,
again.
not bad.
But it
He's
helps.
still looking very, very, very rough.
Oh dear.
Well, hopefully you got the healing items for it. I'm gonna be honest. I really felt bad for you guys that you lost a player and your healer.
That's whatever.
All right,
7.
so that ends her legendary action. Top of the round, back to Jamie.
Jamie's gonna see him get hit. She's going to do the same thing. She's gonna walk around him to the front.
Okay.
Around her, sorry. And she is gonna start slicing at where her ankles connect with her foot,
Oh,
trying
nice.
to throw off some balance.
Ooh, all right.
Does a 20 hit? I'm guessing.
20 does hit.
Nice.
18. 18, 14.
All right.
Ooh. And as she slices away, does it do any sort of balance issue damages?
As you are slicing at her legs, you notice that she is finding it harder to hold her footing, trying to figure out being able to where she can stand without putting too much pressure on them. It does seem that she's having a harder time staying agile.
Perfect. Okay.
I will say that did reduce her movement speed.
Let's go. I will end my turn there.
Okay. And that's going to bring us to her turn. She, now that you are all there in front of her, this damage being done to her, she's going to let out a very, very large screech. She's going to make a swipe attack at everyone within 10 feet. So with that swipe attack, she's going to end up hitting, if it's coming from the side, it's going to hit Jamie and Sokaya coming from that swipe.
She has disadvantage for Sakea.
Yep. So rolling for you, I'm assuming that a 25 hits.
Just a little.
Just a little bit?
Just
Okay.
barely.
And then she's going to roll to hit Sokaya.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
What in the world?
22 hits.
Okay.
Okay. It's going to be... Ooh. Alright, so you guys are both going to take 9 slashing damage.
This time, Savannah has resistance to it.
Okay.
I love
So have
Ancestral
it.
Guardians.
Do 5.
Yeah.
Then she is going to take another swipe attack, this time coming from the other side, and that is going to hit Victus and Sokaya.
Same spiel.
So you're protecting Victus?
Yep.
Okay. So
Actually, it's on both of them. If she makes an attack
Both
on
of
anyone
them?
besides me,
okay. So for the first
Hey.
roll with disadvantage, 5 plus 9, that's 14 doesn't hit, does it?
Does not.
Okay, so that misses you. Back to Sokaya.
Oh,
Oh! 14 doesn't hit?
that could have been bad.
No, 14 doesn't hit.
Alright. So that's going to miss both of you. And for her final attack, she's going to make a bite attack right down the middle. Sokaya.
Why are you coming at me, man?
You're all clumped right in front of her. Alright, bite attack. Let's go. Roll at disadvantage. Does a 16 hit?
Yes.
It does hit. Alright.
Wait, with my armor class is 16. Does
Yeah,
that
it
mean
hits. It's got to
It
match
hits.
it.
Yeah, okay.
That just
I
barely
figured.
hits.
Yep.
Alright,
Sure does.
I'm gonna. Yeah, you better hope they roll low. Oh, they did. Okay. 9 piercing damage.
Do I get the resistance of that too, or is that over?
I'm sorry, my mother's talking about yes.
So you can have that. Alright. Let's see. That's going to end her turn. That is going to bring us to Sokaya.
Mm-hmm.
She
She's
is
gonna-
looking rough. Blood
Yeah.
pouring for every one of her limbs. Her back is still slightly singed. Her hand still slightly singed. And she's breathing heavily.
So Kay's gonna take out the Chikage weapon and transform it again,
Okay.
and go towards the closest foot and start cutting, slicing the base of where her nail meets, or her claw meets her foot.
Ooh, right up the toe.
Roughly.
Yeah.
Yeah, right up the
brutal,
toes.
brutal.
Jen, keep doing that. She's going. Looks like you need a nail trim.
Victus kind of chuckles. Now that was a good one.
And she's gonna go
Oh,
through
so you're making all these.
all the claws. She's gonna go
Okay.
through all the claws.
How many attacks? Dang.
I get 4 attacks.
Yeah. Alright,
Jeez.
3 of those are gonna hit. So let's see, it's gonna be 10, plus 9, plus 11. Let me do some math.
So 3 of those hit, and then I said I transformed it. So do I get the extra 3
Necrotic.
Okay, I do that.
I will say, you can go ahead and roll the necrotic for it, but how do you want to do this?
Oh no. She's going to climb, she's gonna grab onto the fur and kind of hoist her way up to where the neck is. And she's gonna take out the dragon essence blade. It's gonna turn into 7. It's gonna turn into a lightning blade, and she's gonna bring it down on Ella's neck and try and just slice it off.
As you do this, you can hear her trying to make the last bits of a guttural scream, but you're instantly cut short as the blade cuts through, falling to the ground, her neck hanging halfway open, blood pouring out, dead.
Victus walks up to the head of the creature and just looks down at her. His fists are clenched. The fire is still burning on his axe blade. I don't understand you, hunters. You've been doing this your entire life, Ella. And here you are, wavered in your convictions. And this is where it puts you. He just sits there, just stands there looking at her, his fists trembling as he clenches them. Sokaya. Jamie. He turns towards them and holds out a hand towards Jamie in a handshake gesture.
So sorry,
Sure.
she reaches out and she grabs it.
My name is Victor Schenk. Please,
Hi.
refer to me as Victus. We've been through enough together.
It's nice to finally meet you, Victor. My name is Jamie Randall. Russell, crap.
She has a hard time remembering.
Yeah.
This time she does.
He gives a friendly pat to Sokea's shoulder as well. And that goes for you. And that goes for you too, Sokea.
Well,
just Victus is
Good
fine.
to finally be acquainted, Victus.
Yes, I would call several near-death experiences well acquainted enough. Now I have a question for
Just
you.
barely.
Question for the both of you. Do you want to know something that I hate more than anything else?
I would love to.
People who waver. I would prefer you to be completely and utterly, heartlessly evil, or entirely good. One of the two. It's a hassle staying in the middle, because in this line of work, he points to Ella's bestial form. In this line of work, it gets you there. Now, I would love to solve the mystery of this island, wipe out any creatures such as this one, and move on with my life. What say you?
I don't have much time, so let me just say in that case then. My name is Jamie Russell. My family was taken from me. I don't know where they are. Well, I remember where they are. As soon as this ends, I won't remember where they are, and I won't even remember they're missing. The person who took them knows this. They know that only a minute of recollection will be allowed to me before and then she stops talking.
Next time she does that, why don't we ask her to just tell us where her family is so we can take her to them?
Yes, I believe that will be the best course of action next time it happens. For now, though, on to the castle.
On to the castle.
That sounds good to me, dear.
All right.
As they're walking out, he's just gonna look back over his shoulder towards Ella. So disappointing. And move on.
Just another reason to hate churches.
Sure.
All right. As you slowly make your way out of the cathedral, the rain still coming down, the moon now higher in the sky, as bright as it can possibly be. You look out. The only thing left of this town is the gate that leads into the woods, and that is your last path that takes you to the castle front.
Quite literally, it's come to an end. Only one path remains.
We ready for this?
Ready as we'll ever be.
Well,
Can
we
I
could.
take one of the blood vials because I'm down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Victus
if you
is
guys
going
want
to as well.
take your time to do your items and stuff, probably be a good time.
Yeah, can we take a short rest?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
31
and
HP.
Do your rolls and whatever you need.
Alright. So I am going to roll probably 4 hit dice. Ooh, 11's good.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, I only need... I'll roll 1 just to top off. Alright, back to max.
Whew. I'm glad I have the amount of rages I do.
So this is the last path heading up to the castle?
Yes, according to the map, all you have to do is take the path through the woods, and that brings you directly to the entrance to the castle plaza.
Alright. So...
I'm down.
Oh, could I have taken... does Ella have any blood vials left?
If you want to investigate the body, go ahead and make me an investigation check real quick.
Just a 10.
You find 1 shattered blood vial.
Okay.
Seems that in that transformation, same with Devlor, a lot of what they carry seems to not be able to handle the strain.
Here, Derry, and I hand him one of mine.
Hand it to him, or you just jab him in the hand as you hand
No,
it to him?
I just hand it to him. I'm not stabbing the poor man.
I appreciate it, Jamie, but I still have 1 left of my own.
I have 3.
I'll
Take
take
it.
it then. Appreciate it.
I guess we're walking up.
Making your way into the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Right. As you head into the woods, it is a very large thicket, dense, dark, and it lies on your final path to the castle. As you keep walking through the woods, it seems to be a lot more peaceful and quiet. It seems like the town was the epicenter of the infection, because that's where most residents were. The woods are almost unnervingly quiet in the chaos you've been surrounded with. All you can hear is a light muffled rain as it rains down upon the trees and leaves above you. As you continue on, you come across a few clearings here and there where you can see the sky above the trees, the moon still bright above you. And occasionally you can look out through the side. You can tell that you're very close to one of the coasts of this island, as you can hear, very distantly, the lapping of waves against the rock. Is there anything you would like to do as you continue this path?
Just be wary and be on the lookout for anything in the woods.
Ditto.
Okay. Go ahead and make me perception checks.
Or I left the game accidentally.
Only rolled a 28, unfortunately.
Oh man.
Dang, that's tragic.
What are you gonna do with that?
Okay. As you continue on, seemingly nothing stands out. Again, it is just rather peaceably quiet. Eventually, as you walk along a path, you come across something laid up against one of the trees in the distance.
Ah man. Can we tell what it is?
From this distance and the light, not really. You can just tell that there's what looks like a dark clump next to the tree. If you continue to look at it, it doesn't seem to be moving or anything.
Jamie will weirdly and cautiously walk up to it.
Okay.
Walk like where she can see it, not quite up to it.
All right. As you do, and you get closer, you realize that it's wearing clothing. It's a body.
Is anyone we recognize?
If you want, you can get close enough to turn it over.
Ah, crap. I will.
Okay. As you do, you look and see that it is Zera.
Reminder.
And now they're all accounted for.
There. He is by far dead. Victus, are you with them?
I'd
Are
assume
you
so.
with Jamie?
Huh?
Like, you inspecting the body with her?
She's a senile old lady. I ain't letting her go off on alone.
Alright, I want you to make me a
Medicine, say medicine.
Arcana check.
Ah.
Well,
Okay.
I'm not familiar with blood hunters. If you were going to investigate something having to do with blood, what would you roll it with?
Arcana's probably fine.
Okay, that's good enough anyways. As you inspect the body, and of course, trying to divine the blood, there's something odd about it. You notice as you look for wounds on his body, you notice that there are piercing, small, very thin, piercing, stabbing wounds all over his body. As you investigate further, you realize these were made by nothing natural, not a blade. They're too small and thin. And they came from inside.
What?
Do you want, with that Arcana, as you investigate the blood, you see that the blood itself, it's coagulated slightly. Kind of like, how you would, like, with dried blood, it dries out.
Mm-hmm.
Except it's like that within his veins, sharp and jagged.
Oh no.
Madam Jamie,
Yes, dear.
if I had to go off of my immediate gut feeling upon seeing this, I believe that we have been sent here, tantalized by the prospect of gold, in fact given a down payment, as sacrifices.
You see her eyes grow wide and her hands begin to shake. I can't die here, darling.
No, we won't. Trust me. If I
So
have
what do we
to,
do?
if I have to claw my way screaming out of this island, I will. But until then, until my life is in unmistakable and complete danger, I want to know what the secret of this island is, this honey trap. He looks towards
what-
Jamie. We will not die here.
I agree. We
Better
figure
not.
out.
You'll have things to do.
We figure out who and what is behind this.
Yes.
Do you have any sort of plan, any sort of idea of what to do besides marching into the creepy castle?
I've been a blood hunter for probably since I was 10 years old, really. I've been a hunter of these beasts for 25 years after that.
It's just a kind of sad look on Jamie's face, and she kind of pats your leg.
It's alright. I don't regret the life I live. But never in any of those years have I ever seen anything like this. So to answer your question, no, I don't have a plan. But if the creatures back there, he points back towards the city, are any indication, I don't believe that what we're going up against has any semblance of intelligence.
Mindless creatures who only want some sort of violence.
Operating on instinct, yes.
Mm-hmm. That is true. That has been a common theme with every single fight we've had.
So, I believe that our course of action here, as it were, is quietly.
No, I 100% agree. We take this as a stealth mission from here on out.
So, Kea,
No
Could
surprise
use-
attacks.
yes, we could use those enhanced senses of yours. Keep an ear out, alright?
I will let you know if anything is off.
Shall we go?
Either way.
He's going to take one look back at Zero's body and just keep moving forward.
Right.
You know, I try to remember all of their faces. All of the ones who fall in the hunt. Devlor, Ella, Zero, and, almost Yarnell.
Hmm.
I remember because forgetting leads on a dangerous path to the beasthood itself.
I commend you. It's easy to forget things.
It's less about the knowledge itself and more about the empathy. For if we as humans lose our empathy, we lose our place. We become selfish beyond recognition. And truly, what separates us from the beasts then?
Honestly, I think that mentality is what's going to get this out of here alive.
Let us go.
And she starts trotting on behind you. I guess we're walking up to where your castle is, but we're, I guess, surveying the whole way. So if there's any sort of literally anything, we're gonna stop and survey it.
Okay. So you're continuing through the woods, but being more on the perception side?
Yeah.
Okay. And you had Sokea making perceptions with her senses, right? Being on the lookout.
Yeah, I will also be making perception checks.
Alright, all of you make a perception check, Sokea with advantage.
Dang. Haha, go Jamie! My passive perception is 19 for what it's worth.
Gotcha. Alright. You continue through the woods, and again, it stays relatively quiet and peaceful. Not a whole lot special about it. You continue on a little ways, and Victus, you feel a slight itch, slight pain, like a mosquito bite. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Hate that.
Continuing on, go ahead and make me a second round of perception checks.
That is persuasion, but you know,
Is it the same modifier?
yeah. Actually, perception is more, so it works.
Okay.
25 then.
Alright. As you continue through the woods, you don't seem to see anything out of the ordinary. Victus, you feel what feels like a few more mosquito bites. It seems that maybe the woods being close to a swamp or something like that. Jamie, you start feeling them too. So Kaya, you feel like you catch the slightest sense of something. There's a sound. You hear something, but you're not sure what it is. But it sounds very distant.
Do I know which direction it's coming from?
It seems to be coming from somewhere forwards down your path.
So the way we're walking.
Victus is feeling a little paranoid. He's going to check on his own blood real fast.
Okay.
No.
You can go.
He's been feeling anything. He's been feeling strange things from the weird blood in both Devlor and Ella's corpses. He's looking for anything related to that. Any foreign thing in his body aside from mosquito saliva.
Gotcha. You go ahead and make an investigation on your blood. You would be more familiar with it than anyone, obviously. Aside from, the blood vials you've used, not presenting any problematic or adverse looking quantities or qualities, nothing out of the ordinary. It doesn't seem to be anywhere near what Ella or Devlor was. That was a unnerving feeling, something you had never experienced before, but your blood's familiar to you. It's just... It just feels like you're very on edge. And it almost feels like your blood can sense that feel. Like the tenseness, the anxiety you might be feeling, it's almost as if it's coursing through your blood. It's as if it's feeling it as well.
He stops.
She stops with him.
Madam
Victus?
Jamie,
Victus, what's wrong?
if I am to turn, I want you to cut my head off before I transform.
She looks you dead in the eye, and you see an ever so slightly wavering clarity. I'll do it.
I've failed to stop 2 transformations, and I would rather walk into the gates of hell itself before I can stop a 3rd.
You have my word.
Thank
You won't transform.
Thank you. The anxious, unnerving feeling that I am sensing everywhere it feels as if it's almost permeating me. It fills my very blood, not in a invasive way, but my mind can't help but return to how Ella was clutching her pendant in fear, and how Devlor was clutching the music box in fear. It appears that anxiety and paranoia, fear for one's own sanity and humanity precedes such a transformation, and I'm not saying it is. But should I end up there as well? Well, at least it would be by the hand of a friend, he says. He just gives a nod towards Jamie and continues on.
And I'll continue behind him. I guess we're heading towards the sound, or are we investigating
No.
while keeping
guys,
distance?
I'm just gonna tell. There's something up ahead. Just tread carefully. Keep your eyes out. I can hear it.
I guess as we're getting closer, what do we see? Or hear?
As you're continuing on,
Yeah, very cautious.
alright, as you continue onwards, for those of you who can see, nothing seems to be out of the ordinary. It still looks like the dank, dark, damp woods leading off, following the trail that you can see before you, as far as your eyes can see in the bare lit moonlight. of this night. Sokea, you hear something again. Ever so faintly. It sounds like singing.
That's not unnerving at all or anything.
What is it there?
It's slightly closer than the last time you heard it.
Sounds like somebody's out here singing. Seems a little too joyful for the environment that we're in.
What's the vote?
Victus, you feel another mosquito bite. This time, it's almost like a needle piercing you. As soon as it's there, it's gone. But it's a lot stronger this time. Jamie, you feel the same as well.
She swats at whatever is. Do we see any mosquitoes? Let's put it that way.
If you've been swatting at them, they must be quick because you've yet to hit anything.
Mm. Oh. Victus, I'm not seeing anything. But we
Neither
keep
am
getting
I.
hit.
I need you all to make a perception check.
28. Oh.
Alright. Sokea, you definitely sense something up ahead. You can hear the singing now. Clear as day. Meanwhile, Jamie, Victus, as you peer into the woods trying to see what Sokea is apparently hearing, you catch the slightest glimpse of a light glow. Something. I want both of you to make a wisdom save. 11.
I'm
I
not
think I-
raging, so that's a 12. Sorry.
I
12.
think I have a thing.
Alright, what's your thing?
I might not have a thing. Never mind. I don't want to hold up by looking for it.
Okay. You feel, as you catch the light of something glowing in the distance, you feel again a piercing pain. This one is sharp. It feels as if a large needle has been jabbed out of you.
Out
You
of
both
us.
Yes. You both take 8 piercing damage.
I don't like this at all.
Whatever that is needs to be destroyed.
What does it look like, Kamitu? Because you said are we seeing it? What is it?
You only see what looks like through the woods a light glow of something. It's still too thick to tell what it is, but there is something producing a soft light.
Sokea.
Mm?
Have you been experiencing any sharp stabbing pains?
No. Why?
Madam Jamie, it's
Yes.
the light.
She shuts her eyes.
Okay?
Victus is going to look towards where the light was coming from. Does he feel any of that prickliness?
Go ahead and make me a perception check.
20.
As you peer into the woods trying to see a glimpse of this light, you catch, just through the branches, what looks like an eye looking at you, glowing a bright orange. It catches your eyesight. I need you to make another saving throw.
15.
15. That just fails. You take 31 psychic
What?
damage.
Oh.
He
As
immediately...
you feel what feels like piercing, stabbing spears pouring out of your skin.
He shuts his eyes, stabs a vial into his neck. 28, okay. Oh, and is going to... Okay, 34 plus 28, that's 54 plus another 8 is going to be what? 62, I think? Alright. And then, is going to ignite his Rite of the Dawn. So he's going to take some damage. Sarkea. That
What's
thing...
happening?
His voice is kind of trembling with the pain. Whatever that is. It just hurt. It hurt bad. And it sees us. It's going to keep following us until we destroy it. Jamie,
Yes,
are you ready?
I'm so ready.
He is going to charge towards it.
Are you still keeping your eyes open?
He's looking down at the ground.
Okay. Jamie, are you keeping yours closed?
Just keeping her clothes, and since no one can see her, she is visibly trembling super hard. She's so scared.
Does Sokea feel anything in the earth? Is it flying, or is it?
I'm gonna say, since you're close enough to be able to hear the sound, you sense something moving in the distance. Not towards you, not away. It just seems to be slowly drifting, lightly stepping across the ground as if it was just walking through the woods.
But Jamie is also running towards this one with weapon drawn.
All right.
Maybe we shouldn't be rushing into this. She's following them. It doesn't seem to be coming towards us.
And that's the problem. He kind of like allows his is there any of her skin exposed at all?
Ooze.
Nope.
Can't you smell the blood, Sokea?
Not really.
Blood is currently pouring out of Victus.
Is it? Okay, sorry. Fine. Alright.
It may not be coming towards us, but it's certainly not shy in attacking us.
Let's get this over with.
Does he hear the music as well?
If you guys are now moving in this direction, you can now hear the singing as well.
Okay. Getting closer. He's going to trick his weapon into saw form as well.
Into the danger we go.
Yeah, she flips open her umbrella and it turns into blades.
All right. So you're basically running in. You can't see where this thing is. You can only hear the singing.
Yep.
All
He
right.
will hazard a glance slightly upwards, not towards not towards any eye level at all, but just looking towards the ground, looking for feet, looking for anything.
Gotcha. Go ahead and make me a perception check to see how well you can look for something.
23.
23. You look, and as you're getting closer to the singing, you start to slowly hear movement, and you can see very faintly on the ground a warm light emanating from a certain direction. You can tell that whatever's moving is emanating this soft light. You have yet to see any part of it, but you can tell where the light is slowly coming from.
Go in there.
All right, you can move closer.
Does this creature have blood?
Let's see, what is it? That is actually an excellent question for what this is. I'm going to assume yes, but I'm going to check real quick. Yes.
All right. Blood curse.
All right.
He's bloating it up, and he's going to amplify it.
Okay.
So he's going to take 5 points of damage. But that creature, instead of the bloating only lasting for 1 round,
Mm-hmm.
it is now going to be lasting for a minute.
Gotcha.
The cursed creature can make a Constitution saving throw at the end of each of its turns. So he's going to listen to the sound of the bloating, try and sense where the creature is, whatever, run at it, and saw, screaming, hopefully tear this thing into pieces.
Jamie is kind of quick behind following the sounds of the singing.
All right. Give me 1 second. So you're putting a blood curse on, and then you're going to try making an attack towards its direction, but you're not looking at it.
Correct.
Okay. This gets interesting when you start thinking of your blood magic. Trying to figure out how this will affect you. Okay. You can this, just to ask, to clarify, whenever you curse a creature using your blood magic, would that be considered making a connection to that creature, whether magical or not? Do you have a connection towards that creature?
Considering that I take no repercussions if my curse is forcibly ended, I don't believe so.
Okay.
If
So
I had
it
used curse to the marked, yes, but
Okay.
not
So-
bloated agony.
Through what you're doing through Bloated Agony, there is no connection to this character, so there will be no blowback to you, but even through cursing it, you cannot use the curse as a means of perceiving its location. You are still pretty much blind fighting it.
That's totally fine.
Okay. So you can attempt to make an attack at disadvantage.
Sounds great. It is in Saw form. 11 to hit.
Okay. 11 to hit does not hit. You swipe at air, and
Second attack.
seemingly just nothing.
24 to hit.
Ooh.
You clash with something. You feel it gain resistance in something.
I have Rite of the Dawn activated.
Okay.
So 3 radiant and 15 slashing.
3 radiant, 15 slashing. Okay. All right. Anything else for your turn?
That will end my turn.
Okay. Jamie, you said you were coming up behind him?
Mhm.
Okay.
I am
hold
trying to.
for a second. You're falling behind. Immediately, you making contact with this creature. It is now. You can hear rustling noises towards you. It's going to attempt to make an attack in rebuttal. But are you still just averting your eyes?
Me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If you're just averting your eyes. Ooh, this is interesting. We'll keep it. Okay. It's gonna make an attack against you. 12 does not hit, does it?
Nope.
Okay. So that does not hit. And does it make any other attacks? Okay. That's going to end its turn. And that'll bring us to Jamie.
To the best of my ability, I'm gonna run up to where the sound is coming from and try to stab at it.
Okay. Go
And
ahead and make an attack.
11.
11 does not hit.
Try to attack again. A 13.
A 13 just hits.
Whew, that's not good damage though. It takes 9 damage.
9.
And for that first one, I'm gonna try to reckless attack.
Okay.
20. Gosh dang. Take 16
Uh,
damage.
All right. 16 damage.
And as she cuts into it, can she feel what kind of consistency she's cutting into? Like, what is it kind of? What does it feel like?
Soft, malleable flesh. It doesn't
Oh, I
feel
hate
as rigid as many creatures. It feels very bloated.
I hate it. Okay. It's her turn.
Okay. It is now going to
Oh, she is
make an attack
raging.
against you.
Oh, this one goes straight.
Does an 18 hit?
That it does.
Oh boy. All right. You're going to take 1d8 plus 2. You're going to take 5 bludgeoning damage.
Yeah.
As you feel this weird, fleshy, tentacly arms slam into you, and they attempt to wrap around you.
Oh no.
I need you to make a a strength check.
Okay. A strength save or a strength check?
Strength check. It's kind of a contested roll. That
She
just
gets
misses.
she gets advantage on those for
Oh, wait.
rage.
Oh, you do?
I
Okay,
forgot
so
about that.
that,
Thank you.
19.
that breaks free. Oh, that's good. You would have just missed it.
Oh, thank you for the reminder.
You're welcome.
As you feel these arms try and wrap around you, using your rage, you throw your arms aside and break free of its grasp. Sokea, were you following along or were you staying where you were? I didn't remember hearing what you said.
I was following behind him.
Okay, I figured. Alright. You have every other sense. You can hear this thing, you have the tremor sense, you can tell where it's standing. You're able to tell exactly where its positioning is. You can attack as normal.
Can I tell how big it is? Like, where? Can you give me a somewhat of a description of what she could?
What you're sensing is something that stands slightly taller than the rest of you. Barely. But it's weird. The sense that you're getting as it, tremor sense, as you can feel the vibrations as it goes up through it, it seems to be very skinny and frail up until the very top, which has a large presence to it.
Okay.
It feels as if something big balanced on something thin.
She's gonna pull out the dragon essence blade. It turns into a fire blade, so it just ignites in flames. She's gonna walk up and slice the thin part in between the large head and the skinny body.
All right. You can go ahead too. It's 23 that hits. 9 slashing. All right. As you make this attack, and you try and aim right for where the connection is, it's cut short. You feel as if you would be able to reach that connection point, but it seems like whatever this large thing on top has weird fleshy tendrils hanging down from it, and that is what the blade ends up cutting into before it can reach the epicenter.
Okay. Then, for the next 3 attacks, she's gonna just aim for all the little tentacles that she can feel around it.
Okay. 2 out of 3 will hit. So that'll be 12 plus 8. Gotcha. Alright. This does not want to cooperate. There we go. Alright, so that's 12, 8. Alright. You make some slashing attacks at it. You can feel it cut deep into the skin. You can feel the thing slightly recoil. But you still just hear the constant singing. Alright.
I hate this so much. I hate this so much.
No, that ends my turn.
Alright. It is going to attempt to make an attack against you. That's a natural 1.
Oof,
You can
oof.
feel this thing you can sense this thing making its rustling movements. You can feel it lunge towards you as you instinctively step back, as you can hear the arms slightly swoop through the air trying to hit you. That brings us back to Victus.
Hey, buddy. This thing creeps me out so badly for some reason.
I'm pretty sure Luke knows what he's looking at.
I have an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, is my turn.
Yes.
Unyielding freaking pain. 18 to hit.
Ooh. That hits.
Alright. So 26 slashing plus 2 radiant. So 28 points of damage in total.
Alright. As you take a wild swing at this, you can feel the fury and anxiety of fighting something you can't even see. With all your might, you take a wide sweep into it. It cuts deep into something fleshy. And with all your strength, you keep pushing into it. You've got a grip on this thing and you're not letting it go. As you keep cutting deeper and deeper until you eventually feel your blade hit ground, cutting through it. As you hear a large slump to the ground.
Well, that was awful.
Is it safe to open my eyes?
I'm not sure. Honestly, don't look at it. Keep moving.
All right.
If you need to, you can hold on to me and I'll lead us around it.
She immediately does, and you can feel her hand shaking so bad.
Yes, pardon me, Sukaya. He puts a hand on her other shoulder. Let's go.
Finally, being blind has its advantages. She just maneuvers her way around it.
Alright. So, you maneuver yourself around it. They're holding on to you as they follow you through. You eventually find yourself right back to the path you were on, slightly farther ahead as you ran forward. And you're back on your path. Do you continue forward?
Let's go.
Agreed.
Alright. How are you continuing?
Just straight to the castle, man.
Are
Yeah.
you still holding on to her, or have you
No,
gotten back on the
we're
path and you're back to
good.
your...
Jamie is.
But if we start feeling any more pinpricks, any more weird singing, anything like that, his eyes are shutting and his hand is going on her shoulder.
Alright. It's okay. Go ahead and make me a perception check with advantage.
Ooh.
Perfect. As you follow through, your senses are now heightened to, you've felt these things, you've heard these things, you now know what you're trying to sense, as you're good at memorizing the movements of creatures. As you continue through the woods, you can hear occasionally or feel distantly movements, and they slightly match up. As you hear them, you can instantly turn to the party and let them know, and if that's what you'd like to do, you can guide them through until you no longer sense them.
Yeah. Everyone, keep your eyes closed and arms on me. This still
Understood.
doesn't feel right. We need...
Alright.
And she's gonna keep maneuvering them until they're into the safety. So...
As you keep making it through, you occasionally hear the occasional same humming, same tune. And then it gets louder, and then it grows quiet, as it seems that you've passed through. You hear these interspersely, until finally it stays relatively quiet for a while. You open your eyes back up, and you can see just a few more feet ahead, a clearing and opening out of the woods.
We are taking that. Yes. I hate these woods.
All right. All right. As you come out of the edge of the woods, it leads into a large opening where you see, standing in front of you, a massive stone gate.
Ooh.
Behind it, you can see Dreadmore Keep. You see that the stone doors are wide open, swinging
Oh, I hate
slightly in the
that.
cold breeze. The once grand entrance is now a scene of utter carnage. The bodies of multiple beings lay strewn across the ground, the blood soaking into the earth beneath them. The air is thick with the metallic scent of blood and the stench of death.
No.
You look around as this large opening to the castle plaza, and you can see the entrance to the castle lying just through the bodies.
Oh my gosh.
This is becoming less and less appetizing by the moment.
I feel like I'm in a nightmare that I just wake up from.
An apt description.
Well, we've come this far.
Unfortunately, you're right.
Same plan. Try to be quiet. Try to see what's ahead.
Yes. I can scout ahead a little bit. I'm not the greatest at stealth, but I have this. He pulls up, holds up his hand, and you can see a ring wrapped around his left pointer finger. This allows me to stay mostly out of sight and out of mind.
Sounds like a plan then.
After all, nobody seems to be able to look up. And if I'm jumping... Anyways,
Perfect.
let's go into the scary death castle.
And I guess
Very
we're
fun.
creeping our way in, trying to stealthily go in, letting Viscus take the lead and trying to perceive anything before it can perceive us.
Correct.
Right. As you begin heading through the plaza, stepping through.
1 second, I gotta
Oh,
turn the
okay.
light on.
All right. This may be a good time to ask, just in case. Does anyone need a quick break or anything like that?
I could go grab a snack real fast.
All right.
Help
You
keep
wanna
We'll go grab
call it
some
about
water.
5-10 minutes, maybe.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
All right.
You're
We'll
busy.
be back at about, say, about 8:07. All right, I'm back.
also just got back.
Yay. So, thoughts so far?
I really like it. All your monsters are stinking horrifying, and I hate it. But I like it, but I hate it.
Oh, you want to know what horrifying is since you've already made it through the section? Do you want to know what you guys were up against?
No, not really. I'm actually okay. Strangely enough, I actually don't need to know. Hey, for my mental sanity, maybe not.
Well, that's too bad.
No. Because I don't have to look at it. I don't have to go look at it. I saw
Well,
the
you don't have
notification.
to, but your curiosity. Can you
You're
really
wrong.
deny it? Can you really deny it?
What the heck is that?
That is a winter lantern.
Bro, what in the world?
It is something you can't, even if you catch a glance at it, even if you don't realize that's what you're looking at, even seeing a part of it is mind-meltingly painful. Literally coagulates and spikes your blood against you. That's what you guys were
It's
feeling.
horrifying.
Those
I
mosquito
hate that
bites
thing.
was your blood spiking. Literally. Piercing you from the inside.
God,
And that's
so
what happened to
mutilating.
Zero.
that poor guy, bro.
Mm-hmm. And it was even funnier because you guys were trying to look for it, and I'm like, they haven't made eye contact with it really, so it's still just seeing them, and they're not realizing it. But when Luke kept looking for it, and he made eye contact with it, I had to make him make that saving throw. And yes,
Yeah.
because the thing is, you have to fight it without looking at it. If for even one moment you look at it, you immediately have to make a saving throw. And failing is, I forget exactly how much, but it's a lot of psychic damage.
Yeah.
Luckily, it didn't grab either of you. If it had, you would have been afflicted with frenzy.
No.
Yep.
No, thank you. I'm okay.
And if I remember correctly, what frenzy is let me find it. Yeah, there we go.
Let's go see.
A frenzied creature's damage output is halved for the duration of the effect. The creature becomes
No.
resistant to all types of damage and is immune to psychic damage, but they have
Oh.
disadvantage in all ability checks and saving throws.
Every
Oh,
turn.
that's
Basically,
rough, but nice.
It destroys your mind to where there's nothing left to destroy, but the rest of you is destroyed.
Oh, see, that makes sense.
That's what the sedatives were also going to help cure if for some reason you guys were afflicted.
Man.
You don't know how long I've been looking forward to doing that section.
Oh, I hated it. I hated it so much.
I hated the singing.
Bro.
Yeah, that was the part about it that really got it. Luke, you back?
Mm-hmm.
You knew the whole time what was going on, didn't you?
I'm eating food.
I don't think that's a yes or a no. But he's a
Also-
clean cookie. I'll say he did.
So the funny thing is, I know about these enemies,
Mm-hmm.
but I've never actually beaten Bloodborne.
Really?
Yep. Tried.
Interesting.
Yep. Tried several times, and they're. Where are these guys located?
Multiple different locations. There's quite a few located, I think. There's not these ones specifically, but there are the bug-like creatures that are near
Oh yeah.
the research hall.
Mm-hmm.
They have a similar effect, but they have to grab you for it. But those are technically located within the woods. The Winter Lantern themselves, they're either located in Murgo's Nightmare or in the underground caves of the Hamlet Village.
Gotcha.
And that's the thing. You don't even have to be in combat. That's the worst part about them. They don't even have to see you. If you're within enough range to where it could see you, you immediately start gaining frenzy without it even aggroing on you. These things are a nightmare to deal with. And in all honesty, it was so funny coming up with this, and then Sokea had a blind character. I was like, oh, this is perfect. She is immune to this whole situation. I was honestly expecting her to just be able to lead you guys through without confrontation, But
Well,
Blood Hunter over here, you were
Yeah.
ready for a fight and you took it to him. And I had to come up with this whole combat scenario on the fly, but man, you decimated it. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Does not
So-
shy away from a fight. I
yes,
love it.
we do. But yeah, it's fun. Gotta fight everything.
Well, until we learned more about how they worked, I wasn't going to take any chances.
As I was telling her earlier, it's a good thing none of them grabbed you, because not only would you be subjected to making another saving throw and taking massive psychic damage, but also you would have been inflicted with the frenzy status. And
Oh
that is
boy,
a
oh
pain
boy.
to deal with.
Okay, well, glad the dice likes us.
It does. I'm
I-
gonna be honest. My dice rolls have not been great, but you know.
No, you've rolled several natural ones,
Yeah.
and we've
You've
rolled.
been rolling 20s.
Yeah, we've rolled about 8 natural 20s this session.
Yeah,
it's been
you
kinda
wonder why I
crazy.
wanted to ban your first two for that reason.
Hey, I've only got 1 so far.
I know, I'm messing with you. Alright, we're all back? Alrighty. Then I guess we shall continue. So, you've just stepped into the front gates of Dreadmore Keep. The open plaza area, littered with all types of corpses. Beast, hunter, some in massive states of decomposition, some looking fairly fresher than others. Littered everywhere. As you look, you can see the entrance to the bottom of the keep. A small, double iron doors at the entrance, at the end of this plaza.
Is there anything of note in the plaza, or is it just the dead bodies?
Hundreds of corpses. That's all you can see.
This bodes well for what's upcoming.
Yes, well, maybe it will wait for us here. Was that wishful thinking?
Probably.
Probably.
Well then. So it just, what, ejects all of the bodies? Once it's done with it? Germaphobe, maybe?
Hmm.
Don't you discard the scraps of your meal?
That's fair. Well, without further ado, shall we continue?
Nowhere else but forward.
Okay.
Start
As you
pattern
step-
pattern.
As you step through the bodies and
Ah.
continue your way through to the front gates or the front doors, are any of you looking at any of the bodies? Or are you just passing through them?
I mean, I'll take a glance at a couple of them.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Oh, someone else, please.
As you're walking through, considering everything you've been through and the state you're in, it's almost becoming a blur. All you see is just still unmoving figures, but in different states of clothing and decomposition. You're finding it hard to even
Alright.
bring yourself to look down.
Did we do perception checks?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, my bad. 10.
Does it even matter if I make a perception check? Because I can't see anything. So
I don't think it would make much of a difference, no.
uh,
I do want, make a Arcana check for me, Luke.
Gotcha. 22.
Very good. Of all the blood that you can tell is spilled here, and the metallic scent that permeates the air, you notice a different feeling. There's a blood here, not unfamiliar, but new to you. You've only seen it and felt it once before. In fact, earlier this night.
When
As
was
you-
that?
As you draw on the feeling a little bit more, you feel the same sense you did when Bloodstone made a cut on his arm and was explaining to you how he was a race called Vilebloods.
Ah. Oh dear.
That small sense you had when he did that, you feel it stronger here. That blood, that vile blood as he calls it. You recognize the feeling.
What?
Mixed in with the regular.
What were the piles of creatures that we saw? Mostly beasts?
Are you talking about back in town?
In the entrance.
In the entrance? Most, the plaza that you guys are currently in, most of the bodies you see are what seem to be people. Hunters. You don't see anything that looks beast-like you saw earlier. Some in hunter's attire, leathers, clothes, standard attire. But a few, you notice slight different colorings as you perceive deeper. That some of the more decomposed bodies, some of the ones that have been there for longer, are dressed in more noble clothing. More what you'd expect residents of this castle to be dressed in. They don't look like hunter's attire. They don't look like they were meant for a fight.
Bloodstone, not Bloodstone, not Bloodstone. Victus.
How dare you?
Victus looks towards his compatriots. You know, earlier I said that we are being sent here as sacrifices, but he kind of pats the pouch of gold that he has on his side. Considering that this is not an inconsiderable amount of gold, well, let me just say this. If this whole ploy, this whole hunt, everything involved, was to get some wretched noble's castle back from a vile blood,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be rather cross.
There's too many deaths for that. If that's the case, it's just even more wrong.
What
I
a
would-
pathetic waste of human life.
I would love to go speak with this vile blood. Let's continue.
Alright. So are you making your ways to the door?
Yes,
Okay.
and as soon as we get there, I'm going to open it.
Alright. You open the door. And as you do, you step into what looks to be what you'd expect the throne room of a castle to look like. Except it is very, very different. There's no seats, there's no council, tapestries, anything you'd expect to find to a throne room. Instead, all you find is bodies upon bodies piled along the walls in between the columns that hold up the sides of this room, as the floor is covered in blood, deep enough to where your foot sinks halfway into it. The smell of the room alone, the blood, the intense metallic scent, it hits all of you. And there you see, standing in the middle of the room, Valakas.
Oh. Oh, bollocks.
He turns to look at you. Oh my,
Come on.
what a dutiful set of hunters you are. I suppose then
Valakas, before you continue, I would just like you to know that you're a right prick.
that... Harsh words. And what do I have to deserve such things?
Shall we start with the mountain of corpses outside the front?
You attest those to me? I should be flattered.
What's going on here, Valakas?
You're a clever lot. It must be obvious at this point you would never hear of any refugees.
What do you mean?
You saw them outside. They've been long dead. This castle has been empty for years.
And why do you sound so gleeful?
Because I'm so close to finishing what I started long ago. So close to finally achieving my redemption.
Redemption from what?
For a mistake made long, long time ago. Let me tell you a little story about a village, a town, who were devoted to the gods that they served. They blessed them. They supplied them with their every need. Life was good. But as time progressed and more research was done, there were those who understood the power of what these gods held and understood that they could be used for so much more. And so they started a ritual to summon one of these great ones to our world, to hopefully derive power from it. But it was a foolish errand. It was a mistake. Their selfish gains only brought them torment. For when they brought that eldritch being to their world, and they slaughtered it for their own gain, they unleashed a curse upon this land. And so, it afflicted everyone, losing their minds, turning no longer human. Those who thought they were selfish enough to gain this power, with lucky few to survive, forced to watch what they had done. But they were given a chance to redeem themselves. Because a great one's life is great. And what does a mortal life compare to that? Thousands upon thousands worth. And so we were told to make up for the sins committed of slaughtering a great one. We were told that we must sacrifice its equal amount to be free of this curse. And so, that is what we did. Everything you see before you, everything you saw here, was merely a means to an end. To end this curse upon this land.
It's not nearly worth it.
It wasn't worth it in the first place. But what do I simply do? Give up? And forced to sit back and watch my own atrocities unfold before me?
You called the Great One down.
I did. I was a part of that group.
Victus just glances at Jamie. Everything that we have gone through in the last, 4 or 5 hours or so has been the result of someone else's poor decision making. And then
Indeed.
a poor decision to attempt to correct the poor decision. Mr. Valakas, how many of your original people are still alive?
I have no way of telling.
Yes, exactly.
For all I know, I could be the last one.
So answer me this, please. Where was it, that small fishing village that we first passed through? Was that the first?
The first what?
Was that yours?
No. I lived in the town.
Hmm.
But the fishing village was where the most devoted lived. Those who lived by the sea. Those who were blessed by the gods. They wanted to live there. They felt closer to it.
My question for you is, I just don't understand why you would lure people here, as you said yourself, thousands of them, to this island to be slaughtered. For who? To end a curse? On this island? Instead of just letting it fester until every creature here, every living being was eventually killed on their own. I've seen what those beasts are doing out there. They're losing their minds. This island would take care of itself. And yet you brought thousands here, including us.
You said you couldn't stand to watch. Then why didn't you think of just killing yourself and not killing thousands? It would have been one sacrifice instead of thousands.
And it certainly would have atoned for what you have done. At least in the eyes of everyone on this island.
Victus's earlier statement was right. You're a right prick.
He chuckles. I didn't have a choice in the matter. The Great Ones, they wanted recompense for what we did, for slaughtering one of their own.
May I make an insight check, please?
Go ahead.
Is Valakas insane? Has he lost his mind?
As you study his emotions, the way he's speaking, his mannerisms, he's composed. He knows what he's doing. He is in his right mind. This is a man who is trying to finish and achieve a goal, and nothing has stopped him so far. I had no choice in the matter. It was not just the land that was cursed. It was all of us. And I was cursed to serve them. I was forced to pay recompense for what we did, whether I wanted to or not. I became indebted to the others, the Great Ones, to make up for what I had done.
I don't suppose there's any chance of you just letting us leave.
Not when I'm so close. Only a few more,
What, 3?
and I'll be free. That is what it takes. Every little bit helps.
What of those creatures in the forest? What are they?
I don't know anymore. Everything here used to be just like you and me. But this curse, it has done horrors unimaginable. It has changed people. Watching those I knew changed into unholy beings because of my choice.
A choice that has you serving the rest of your miserable little life for these Great Ones.
Isn't that the fate I deserve?
Yes, to be quite frank. You provoked them.
Sounds like a you.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think you would deserve death even now. I think you deserve to watch what you've done. Never, ever getting relief from it. You've killed thousands. Thousands. That's not hundreds. That's thousands of people. And thousands of people's families who you've robbed. You understand that? It's not just people who are dead on the ground. It's the people lives you've ruined.
Victus's eyes slowly narrow. Where did you get your funds?
From the Great One.
Where did
He
you get...
provided all I needed. I don't have a choice in the matter. I couldn't stop if I wanted to. I couldn't end myself if I wanted to. He won't let me. Anything I need, whatever it takes, I was to bring who I could here and sacrifice them. I don't have
Wow.
a choice in the matter.
Well, we'd be happy to end your miserable life for you.
Until the Great One gives him the defensive capabilities he needs to repel us.
I want you
Gods.
to make an insight check, all of you.
23.
23, 18, 16. You can tell Savannah in his voice. He is tired. There's desperation there. But it is a man who has resigned himself. He knows there is no fighting it. You, Victus, you can see in his eyes there is pleading. You saying you would give him the death he deserves. It's almost as if he's begging for it. But you can tell by the rest of his body, it won't allow him to go down without a fight.
Jamie? Sokaya? Shall we right this wrong?
Let's get.
Someone needs to bring those people justice.
Alright.
I'm going to pull up my cane, dispel the illusion, flip it to the saw, run my hand down the shaft, slicing my palm open in the process.
As you do this, he simply lets out a smile. As he grabs the walking cane he had, more of a walking stick actually, and he lifts it up, swings it towards his back as it connects with the blade he had resting in its sheath. You hear a loud metal connecting sound as he grabs the other end of the stick, swings it forwards to reveal a large scythe.
The blood from the shaft of my weapon rushes up to the slowly spinning blades of the axe head. As it covers them, the blade begins to glow as I activate Rite of the Storm, and electricity starts throwing off of the spinning blades faster and faster.
To rage and also take her parasol, flick it as the blades running. And she starts.
Well then. Good hunters. Show me. Show me that you don't simply made of just words, but show me by action that you truly mean what you say. Because I do. And I will not stop, cannot stop, for you or anyone else.
Dang it.
Oh, I did not get one this time.
And then Savannah, whenever you get your initiative.
It's not letting me roll.
Refresh your page.
All clad.
I'm clicking.
What's your initiative modifier?
It's not letting me roll.
Bombastic side eye.
Let me check. I'm gonna see if I can roll it for her. You know what? I'll let you re-roll that because that was technically me rolling it if you want.
It's all coming through.
Lord.
Oh, they're all coming through.
We'll take,
They
Oh,
all-
jeez.
We'll take the first
Oh,
one.
jeez.
They all get
I
through
just
at once.
I just started hearing Virgil's theme play, 1,000 cuts. All right, we'll take the first one, 16. All right. He is going. Jamie, do you have your thing on the board?
Oh, I'm sorry, I do not.
It's okay.
I will.
All right. He is going to start first as he pulls the scythe, reaches it behind his back in a prepared motion, as you see at nearly blinding speeds, as he dashes up to you, Jamie, in the front. He's going to bring it down. Does a 24 hit?
Hey, that, yep.
Alright.
Oh.
Whew.
23 slashing damage.
Okay.
He's going to then whip around in the same fluid motion, using the momentum of the scythe, slide to your side, and as he continues to swing, he's going to try and connect with Victus. Oh, what even is that? That's a... This is a 31 hit.
I'm guessing that does.
Yep, I'm going to assume it does. Unless he has a reaction or something.
No.
I'm using my reaction to.
Oh, you got so lucky.
Whoa.
What is with my natural
I'm
ones today?
not-
This is not right. Alright, that is going to be 9 slashing damage.
Oh boy. Okay. So that brings.
Well,
me
it's a
down
free
to-
thing. No, I'm using my reaction to reduce it by 12. It's a free reaction, so.
Oh, no damage. Dope.
No damage. Alright, and now I need to do a cone.
Cone, huh?
Yep. I would say that still catches all of your squares. The corners of yours and Sokea's.
I don't like this.
Whatever.
As you see, as he finishes swinging his scythe through you, he reaches his hand down and pulls up a large blunderbuss as you hear it fire into all of you. I need every one of you to make a dex saving throw.
Oh boy.
That's a wisdom. Don't.
20.
Hey,
20,
Yeah.
9.
9, and you all fail.
What? The 20 fails?
Well. All right.
It was nice knowing you guys.
Oh man! Cannot believe the luck you guys are getting! You take 12 piercing damage.
Okay.
Oh no.
Boof.
Here comes the kicker. I need all of you to make a con save.
20.
22.
Luke, you save.
Good.
The other two,
Dang it.
you are stunned until the start of your next turn.
What? Excuse me? Hold on now. Excuse me?
Mm-hmm. That is going to end Gehrman's turn. Dang it! You know what? Hold on. Victus, you take 36 piercing damage.
Wait,
I'm
wait!
kidding.
What?
I'm kidding. No laughing at the DM for his mistakes.
Alright, whose turn is it? Is it my turn
your-
because they can't freaking
Actu-
move?
Yeah, it's your turn. Sokea, you're stunned. Jamie, you're stunned. That brings us to Victus.
Victus takes one look at these two. Unmoving. Sputtering. And just turns to Valakas. I really don't like you, Valakas. Flesh Reaver, go. 25 to hit.
That hits.
Alright, 14 slashing and 8 lightning. For a total of
Alright.
24.
24.
No,
Let me see.
22. My bad.
Okay.
Does he resist lightning?
And-
Does it look like he's resisting it?
I'm looking. No, he's not resistant.
Yes!
But it doesn't seem to be.
That's fine
any
as
more
long as it's not resisted. I don't. That's fine. As
harmful.
my
I will
blade.
ask. I will ask.
What?
Which weapon is this again?
This is the saw.
Flash Reaver?
Yeah.
The saw? That is. It's a +1, isn't it?
So that's +2.
+2? Okay, you're good. You're good.
Okay. So as the attack cuts through him, the lightning jumps off and smashes into the side of his face, branding him with a lightning bolt. As I use my brand of Castigian.
Ooh. And what does that do?
So, for the next, well, forever actually.
And none of these require saving throws, right?
No, this is just an automatic effect.
Nice. Okay.
I always know the direction of the creature, as long as it's on the same plane of existence. Every time it deals damage to me or a creature within 5 feet of me, it takes psychic damage equal to my Hemocraft, so 4 damage. Finally, I have a few more tricks I can do, which I will immediately use a bonus action to activate my Curse of the Marked.
Okay.
And I'm going to go ahead and amplify that. So I'm going to take 7 points of damage. So
Okay.
that'll reduce me to... Oh my gosh, I'm looking rough. That made me look rough. So that gives my next attack advantage on him.
Okay.
Additionally, my
Page 2.
my Rite of the Storm is now doubled
Ooh.
while he is marked.
All right.
Oh, if now is any time for a natural 20. 27, so close! That's alright. So, as the blade comes down,
Hold on.
I'm gonna re-roll that too.
Hold on.
What's up?
You're making an attack against him.
Correct.
As you've already hit him once, and this mark brands onto him, see, knowing that the others are temporarily stunned, he's going to focus his attention on you, and he's going to bring the blunderbuss back up and make an attack. I need you to make a con save.
12.
The strike of the blunderbuss impacts you, and your attack misses. You are not stunned.
He takes 4 damage. 4 psychic damage.
Alright. And I need to roll this. Okay. Alright. Anything else?
Not anymore.
Okay. That's going to bring us to the top of the round, which is back to him. He is going to slink his way between you and Jamie. Seeing Sokea standing there, stunned by the sudden blast, not being able to see it coming, he's going to turn to Sokea. There's a smile on his face as he's going to plunge his fist deep
Oh.
into her side.
Okay.
This is 23 hit.
Yeah.
Other I'm scared with.
It's 28 piercing damage from a visceral attack.
Okay.
Right. And okay, and that's going to end his turn. The visceral attack. That's going to bring us to Sokaya. As you are no longer stunned, being brought out of it by this plunging pain within your side, as you can see him ripping out a chunk of your flesh from his grasp. You're back in the action. What would you like to do?
She's gonna pull out the dragon essence. It becomes a lightning blade, so he's gonna get hit with lightning. And she's
Nice.
going to aim for his neck, plunging it, slicing it, whatever that's what she's going for. And then that doesn't.
You have advantage
From
on
the-
these.
Hmm?
He flanked himself.
Yep. And 17 just hits.
Great. And she's gonna, after going for the neck, she's gonna work her way all the way down, neck, chest, leg, knees.
Alright. So that's 7 slashing damage.
Well, I'm failing, so.
So let's see. So with advantage, 17 hits, natural 20, and all those hit, one of those is a natural. So we'll double the 11. So that is 12, 22, and an 8. Okay. Good.
Ooh, natural 20. That's good.
Yeah. The flanking really did help.
It
For
did.
real, goodness.
That natural 20.
It's only
All
natural
right.
20 number 10. It's fine.
Alright.
You know.
That's going to end. Wait, is there anything else you're doing? Make sure.
Nope, that ends my turn.
Okay, that ends your turn. Legendary action.
Of course.
As you see him taking the reposting attack from Sokaya, coming out of this clutch as she drags the knife down through his body, he's going to take the scythe, pull off the blade end of it as he sticks the staff back on his back, and he's going to turn and make a sword flurry attack as he begins to try and slash and cut as quickly as he can with the now short sword part of the blade of the scythe. I need you to make a dex saving throw.
Oh boy. Is it just her?
It's just her.
Oh.
There's no advantage on that. Oh boy.
Oh no.
19 slashing damage.
Oh my god. Owie.
And I need to... Okay. Ignore the d6 roll. It's for me.
He only gets that on... It's fine. I'm fine. We're good.
If it makes you feel any better, he's failing these recharges.
That's not how recharges work.
What do you mean?
It's not how they work.
Am I missing something?
It doesn't work on legendary actions.
Oh. I mean, it has it under my legendary actions on him. But you know what? Forget. He doesn't need the roll anyways. Okay.
I'm gonna throw up. Gonna throw up. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We'll be fine.
Trust me. That attack, that cut you did with the dagger, it hurt. You went head to toe. He hurt.
Okay.
That ends it.
Okay.
It's gonna take us to Jamie. You're no longer stunned. You've come out of it.
Okay, bro, I cannot wait to give this bro disadvantage and everything on anything besides me.
Oh, hey. How many times does he hit somebody?
Good bit.
Ever since you made your attack, he's only been taking one attack per one of his actions.
No, that's okay. How many attacks has he been making?
Let's see.
How
The
many?
riposte on
So,
you.
he did the
I'm
repose.
trying to think.
Visceral.
That wasn't an attack against you.
He
You
did
made
the
the
visceral.
That was a single attack.
Yep.
And then you took another legendary action and did the sword flurry.
So that's 8 damage to him.
Okay.
Wait, sword.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, so every time he makes an attack against anyone within 5 feet, he takes 4 points of damage. Psychic
Nice.
damage.
Thank you for reminding me of that. Okay.
Yeah,
I got
not a
that.
problem.
Trust me, I'm not your enemy here, but I am your enemy.
No, I know.
Just new DM logic. All right. So Jamie, I'm assuming you're angry.
Oh, she's so angry. Is his name pronounced Valakis?
Yes, Valagas.
Valakis? Pay attention to me, and if you fight anyone else, you'll fail. And she is going to try to rip into him. 22. Oh my gosh, yes. Thank goodness.
That hits.
Okay.
Roll damage.
Okay, it is a 16. And then a natural 20.
Yes!
So,
So you said 16 damage for the first one?
Uh-huh.
All right.
23 for the
Okay.
second.
That hurt.
Oh!
Yeah, 23.
23.
23 for the second. And now if he tries to attack literally anyone else besides me, he has disadvantage and they get resistance on it.
All right. That ends your turn.
That ends my turn.
Victus, your turn.
Okay, alright. He kind of cracks his neck to the side. I don't well appreciate you interrupting me. And, flanking advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Bonus action. Blood Curse of the Marked. Okay. And I'm gonna go ahead and amp it. So I take 6 points of damage. And I'm going to use Unyielding Pain.
All right.
27 to hit.
Just misses. No, I'm kidding. It is unyielding pain.
Alright. So, man, I never get the popping. That's fine. I get another D8 thanks to... I am not going to amp that.
Okay.
There's no point in me amping it because I already have advantage on the attack. So I get another D8 because he's marked. So that's 23, 31, 34 points of damage as I jam this thing into his back and just try and push him down to the ground with all I'm worth.
Oh. You can see pain in his eyes. His body wants to fight, but he is tired.
I'm just pushing down, man. That's the end of my turn.
All right. That brings us back to his turn.
Take that.
He's going to look around at all of you, see the position that he's in. He's going to hold his weapon up in a defensive pose, ready to strike. And he's going to end his turn.
Oh, I don't like that.
I don't. I guess that's my turn then.
That would bring us to Sokea, yes?
Mm-hmm. Would it be possible for me to just take the fire paper and, like, rub it on his hair and clothes and set him on fire?
I could say that if you wanted to, you could wrap the fire paper a reactive side outwards on your hand and try and make like a swipe attack at him, like an unarmed strike. And if you hit, it would do the fire damage. But
Sure,
it would have to
why
be
not?
made as an unarmed strike.
Okay, it's fine with me. What do I roll for that?
I think it's just a d20 plus your strength modifier.
Okay. My strength is 18. So, of course, I got a 7 on a d20.
Yeah, that's not gonna hit, unfortunately.
Okay.
You know, I'm gonna be honest. If you had rolled a natural 1, you would have missed so bad that you would have hit his blade and lit it on fire.
That would've been- okay.
Could have been worse.
Okay. Then I'm gonna use my other. Just gonna use the Chikage and do the bonus to get the necrotic damage.
Okay.
And I'm gonna aim for his hands where he's holding his sword. Try and slice it, either his hands off or out of. Get the sword out of his hands.
Okay.
And
That's with
what it-
advantage, so it's 20. That hits. That hits. And
And
that
then that's D8.
17, 24.
Okay, and then yep, 1, 2, 3. Got a natural 1.
Alright, so that's that. Alright.
Okay, and then do I take 3d8 damage too?
Yeah. No, only 1d8 at the end of your turn. No matter it's not based off your attacks. Regardless of how many you make, it's always 1d8 at the end of your turn. It's like a poisoning effect.
Mm-hmm. And then would I have another action just to take one of the blood vials?
Unfortunately, no. You used your actions to attack and your bonus action to transform.
Cool, got it. Then that ends my turn.
Okay. He is looking rough, but he is still standing there, tensed. That will bring us to Jamie.
Jamie, little old Jamie is gonna take his blade and push it to the center of his back and turn it on.
Okay. Go for it.
26 to hit, that does 14 damage. 21 to hit, that does 18 damage.
Oof.
And then Jamie is just gonna turn to him, or just after she does it, just says, "Remember, if you can only hurt them once you kill me." And she'll end her turn.
Alright, let me take some math here. Oh, boy. Alright. As you do this, and as you tell that to him, he is still unyielding, unmoving, taking every attack you put into him, and he is staring you dead in the eyes. Victus, it's your turn.
Oh boy. Alright, so, I'd like to see you keep your composure after this. Bloated Agony.
Alright.
Last curse.
Alright. So what are you doing? What does it do?
So, his body will swell. Disadvantage on strength checks, dex checks, and if he tries to make more than a single attack, it's 1d8 necrotic. I'm going to amplify it to make sure he is nice and in pain for a while. I take 5 points of damage to do that. And then I am... Oh, right. Ah, shoot, I don't get my unyielding pain back. But I am going to cut him in 2 pieces. That is a 26 to hit.
That hits.
Alright, I'm re-rolling the 1. Alright, so that is going to be 15 plus 8 is going to be 23 points of damage on the first attack. Second hit is 27 to hit.
That hits.
Alright, I can't re-roll that, so that's another 20 points of damage.
Got it.
And then I am going to take a step back and see what he does.
Alright, you're taking a step back.
Yes. I'm not disengaging or anything. I just want to see what he does.
Alright. He does not swipe at you. He instead still holds that stock-still position.
In that case,
It seems that everything you've hit him with, it's hurting. You can see the damage on him. But he is standing unfazed. He is pushing through the pain.
alright.
Is that in your turn?
Yes.
As he stands there, he looks at Jamie. Why not just attack all of you at the same time? As he looks up and yells, "Hear me now!" And he's going to cast Shriek of the Nightmare. I need all of you. Let me check. It's 20 feet.
Dang
I need all of
it!
you to
I knew I
make
should have
a
done all
wisdom
of
saving
it!
throw. All of you need to make a wisdom save.
20 freaking 3. Let's go.
23.
18. No. Wait. I'm stupid. 18, yeah? No, 19. I'm stupid. Hello.
19?
15.
Oh. Oh boy.
Oh, no.
Let me get some dice prepared. 78 plus. How much damage has he done?
Oh, I hate that you just said that.
So, I'm going to roll first for Victus and Jamie. 41 force damage.
Reduced by 9.
All right.
For me as well?
No,
Yep,
it's only
you
for
were in a 30-foot range.
Okay.
I'm reducing it for him. I'm taking the damage.
Okay.
So that's 41 if we succeeded?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh no. I mean, I shouldn't have used it there. That's fine.
Okay, so 41 reduced by 9, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's 32.
Mm-hmm.
The burn on his face. Oh, wait a second. It stays.
Oh.
The burn remains as Victus falls.
Oh no.
Victus! You're a monster.
It's okay. You are blasted backwards from this unholy shriek.
Please tell me you misinput that.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Unholy shriek.
That's
It requires requires him to spend his entire action doing nothing. But they take 68 force damage plus the amount of damage equal to hit points lost and currently missing.
That's instant death. That's
Now,
instant death. It's more than double her hit point maximum.
Mm-hmm. Victus, I need to ask you something.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send it to you in DMs.
Alright.
I'm so
All right. Your choice.
My what?
What I sent you.
I didn't see it. I've been using my phone as to not spoil anything in Discord.
I gotcha.
Like a real D&D player, I'm gonna freaking roll.
All right.
Higher? A 10 or lower? No. An 11 or higher?
Oh, yes.
Oh my gosh, I don't know what happened, but yay!
So you did?
Yes.
All right. As Soke is blasted backwards, and Victus falls to the ground. As he crumbles, you hear, gently, falling from his side, the sound of the bell that he received earlier clattering to the ground. Valakas, standing there, this shriek of unholy pain as almost this white, faint-like smoke originating off of him. He falls to one knee, still standing, but he is barely hanging on by a thread. Who's next in line? Jamie? I'm gonna roll initiative to see who goes first. D20 plus... Alright. Jamie, it's your turn.
She's kind of devastated. And this attack doesn't really have much heart in it. As she walks up, and more of like a solemn, hot, fiery anger, as she says, "Why is it always me that's left?" And she slashes at him. A wailing attempt. A 24 and a 19. Do those hit?
That hits. How do you want to do this?
Oh my gosh. As she takes her blade, it spins around in circles, parts of his blood and flesh fleeing off as the wheel is spinning, and she just starts hacking and hacking and hacking, and her tears and blood are getting splattered onto her face as she is just hot, angry tears of why does everyone always have to die before her? And
As he's taking the hits, falling down to his knees, to his back, as you slaughter and cut into him over and over and over, he's not fighting back. He simply looks up at you, gives a weak smile. You were good hunters. I'm so sorry.
I hate you.
As he dies.
I rush over to Victus. Is he alive?
Were you making?
Ooh.
I don't think he's had a chance to even make a death save, have you?
I succeeded on my first one.
Okay, then he would still be unconscious, but he's still alive.
Okay, now that I've confirmed that, I'm running over to Sokia.
Oh crap! All right.
Alright.
I guess I need to make another death save.
Oh wait, no, I eject him first. Okay,
you want to go back on that?
no, we eject into the neck.
All right.
And she wraps her arms around his neck, and just you feel tears like drop onto
Miss
you.
Jamie.
Thank you so much for not being dead.
Of course.
And she runs over Sokia.
She's just crumpled on the floor, lifeless.
As you approach Sokea's body, you can see where she was thrown off to the side. You don't see any external injuries, but you can tell by the force and the blast of when Valakas let out his scream. You can tell, just by the way the limbs are moving, it broke a lot inside her. You can hear a very, barely raspy breath.
I'm
There's
gonna
not
stab.
much.
I'm gonna stab her with.
You stab
the
her with the
help.
blood vial?
Yes, immediately. If I can hear any signs of life.
You do. You stab the vial into her as you watch the blood drain into her. Seemingly, though, the rasps are getting shallower.
Sokia, no. You're so young.
Sokia. No. I don't want to have to remember yours.
You're too young.
Am I still even conscious?
Your mind is slipping. You're not sure who, what, where you are. All you can hear is faint noises and mumbling as everything is dark. Darker than it ever has been.
With the last tiny bit of strength she has, she's gonna reach up and tear off the gold coin necklace she's wearing and put it in the hand of whoever is closest to her. And just very, very raspily, please, Anderson, give this to him. And then die.
As you feel her breath go shallower, barely a movement left, you hear, from behind you, close to where Victus fell, you hear a noise.
Oh, the thing.
As you look
Oh,
back,
okay.
you see a shadow on the ground. But it seems to slowly build up from the ground, as if the shadow itself has a physical form. As it slowly rises to the height of a person, you see as the darkness fades away and stands a bit clearer. There stands Bloodstone. He takes a second to look around and realizes you and sees you over there. Immediately runs over, slides on his knees next to you. Well, what's happened? What happened to her?
She got blown back, and everything's broken.
Some shriek from the creature we just killed. It was a sound from the dark between the stars.
All right, hold on. Jamie, please cradle her head. He reaches to his side pouch and opens up what looks like a very old but kept together medical kit as he begins inspecting her body, feeling. It's nearly, no, this isn't good. He is. You can tell he's a bit raspy in the breath. He's shaking. He can tell that time is of the essence, and he is panicking. You gave her a blood vial, did you?
Yes. No.
Nothing.
I will stab him. I will stab her with my remaining blood vial. Wait, we already
but
did.
Jamie, you did. Yeah, you did.
Yes, we did.
Did it have an effect on her?
Not at all. She's slipping.
Gods.
Bloodstone.
Hold on, let me think.
Victus pulls out the beast blood pellet. Would this invigorate her?
It would. Actually, yes. Feed it to her. Feed it to her.
I'm
Hold her on as long as possible.
Yep, feed her the beast blood pellet.
Meanwhile, he's going to turn and he's going to pull out a syringe and he's going to jam it into his arm and extract the blood from his arm. As you can see, it is a clear, silvery color.
What in the...
Okay. Long shot. Here goes. And he's going to take the vial, jam it into her neck, and slowly push the blood into her. Okay. Come on. Come on. She swallowed the pellet, didn't she?
Yes.
It's down. Okay. Come on.
I'm
Come
not
on.
sure of it. I'll make a medicine check just in case. 21.
It did go down. There was enough saliva left. It passed down easily. It's not caught in her throat or anything. He sees the blood go in, takes a second, examines the body. Okay. There's a chance. And he's going to reach into his medical bag. He's going to take a small rubber hose with 2 syringes on the end. He's going to take one, jam it into his arm, take the other, jam it into her arm, and he's going to begin holding his arm up as the silvery blood begins to trickle down into her.
Victus kind of looks at Bloodstone. Will you be alright transferring that much blood?
I've lost plenty before, trust me, I'm fine. As the blood slowly begins to transfer, you sit there for a few seconds, and a few more, to what feels like minutes. And suddenly, you hear, in the darkness, a very faint thump. 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 Bloodstone takes a huge sigh of relief, still holding his arm up. This is barely stabilizing her. We can't really move her in this state. She's going to have to let the blood work its way through her system. It will slowly begin repairs on her, but it's going to take some time. The body doesn't simply accept blood like this easily.
Yarnell.
In the condition she's in, doesn't really have a choice.
Yarnell. He was a practitioner of the more esoteric arts, wasn't he?
Indeed, he was.
Shall I go retrieve him?
You can try to. I'm not sure where he went. His injuries were sustained. He was able to stand, and he insisted that he would continue to catch up with y'all. He left. Darius is still back in the my place.
I may be able to find Yarnell. He's in danger in those woods anyways.
If you think you can, sure. I need to stay here and let this transfer more.
Of course. I'll be right back. And he is going to use his ring of jumping combined with an action to dash and his full movement to move 105 feet per round. Every
Okay,
6
so
seconds.
you are tearing out of
Yes.
there. All right. As you jump up and begin to bolt outside of the castle, out to the plaza, and back towards the gate. Sokeya.
Mhm.
It's dark again. Your mind is swimming, abuzz, pain. You can feel every single part of your body in immense pain. As you hear faded noises, what sounds like voices, you can't make anything out of it. Every movement, every breath, it hurts. But you're still holding on.
Is my mind kind of a little bit there? Other.
I would say it is. It is as if, again, immense pain. You are, everything hurts, but you are technically conscious. How well you can think through pain like that is up to you, but
I was
you
just
are
saying
conscious again.
she's not gonna be able to move or say anything, but she's just gonna think back to one of her very fondest memories, hold on to it tightly, try and give herself any strength or will to survive through this pain.
All right. Victus,
Yes.
you tear out of the castle, go flying through the plaza, feet barely touching the ground. As you get to the gate, and you pass through, and you come to the edge of the woods, you see a figure coming through the woods, stepping out. A small light coming off of them, a faint blue light. As they get closer, you realize it's Yarnell, still holding a staff, a lantern attached to it.
Yarnell! Yarnell?
Ah, Victus, my friend, how are you?
Unfortunately, I don't have time for pleasantries. Sokeya. She took a big hit.
Is she okay?
We're losing her fast, Yarnell. We need you.
Oh.
Are you well versed in this area of the more esoteric arts?
Very well versed. Depends on what exactly is afflicting her, but I'd be more than happy to take a look.
Well, powdered bones?
Oh, that bad. Sure. Lead me to her. I'll
Get
take
on.
a look. What?
We don't have time. Get on.
Okay. And
he's
he
going-
tries to climb onto your back.
Yeah, Victus squats down on the ground and lets him on. Dignity be darned, Yarnell. You have a life to save. And he's just going to take off.
Oh no! And he's just gonna follow along. As you bring him, I'm guessing you're, just running all the way back.
Yes.
All right. You come back into the room.
Everything I can to help while he's gone.
Gotcha. Bloodstone is mostly just making sure that you're cradling her head and that her body isn't, basically helping make sure that her limbs are set in a place that at least they'd be able to heal in a right direction. Basically making sure her body is stable. As you make your way back in, Victus, and I'm guessing you're coming up to them and letting Yarnell down.
Correct.
He's going to lean down and take a look at her. Oh my. This is quite grave. He's going to look over at the corpse of Valakas, mutilated on the ground. Did he do that to her?
Valakas, yes.
What exactly did he do?
He stood there and took everything we gave to him, and then exploded in a scream that seemed to split the stone.
Oh. I see. He's going to bring up his hand, and he's going to draw a green little sigil in the air. As it then the sigil then wraps around his arm, and you see a green aura begin to pulse from his hand as he hovers over the body of Sokea. Oh. Oh my. His expression softens slightly as he pulls his hand back and thinks for a moment. And he then looks over at Bloodstone, who's still doing the blood transfusion. You are an interesting one. But what he is doing is working. You told me earlier that you were a vile blood, yes? Bloodstone nods. So I understand. Vile bloods are renowned in this area. They were a race of resilient people. Though they lacked in many departments of strength and any form of prowess, naturally resilient and healing they were. Bloodstone interjects. Yeah, as I was trying to tell you earlier, some people may assume us to vampires or something of the sort, pale-skinned, but we are simply gifted with healing.
Well, can you heal her?
Yarnell looks back at the body. She will. In fact, what he's doing will help regain her body. It will be a bit of a struggle for her. Her body has to adjust to this new blood that's entered, but it will begin repairs on here. He reaches into his pouch, pulls out some materials. I might be able to help speed the process along. Give me a moment. And he kind of motions for you to step back a little bit.
I immediately do.
He begins to make some arcane sigils and hand motions in the air until he finally completes a very intricate magical design hovering in front of him before taking it and moving it down towards Sokea's body. It soaks in, and Bloodstone shivers a slight bit. The connection of the transfusion cord still connecting them. Sokea, you feel the pain begin to dull drastically. Suddenly, it's almost as if every part of your body is bruised. But it's bearable. It's manageable.
This has been one of the most stressful experiences of my life.
Might as well. Zoki, how are you feeling? Is like her eyes opening?
She still has the mask on.
Nice,
Actually, no, you would have removed it to feed her the pellet.
Yeah. I was gonna say she still-
That is that would be a
Yeah,
question for
anyway.
Sokea. Would the eyes remain open or not, depending on your condition?
I guess her eyes would be open. Yeah. She's very weakly, like halfway, raspy breathing.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us, dear?
There's the old familiar. Darkness I do remember.
Well, a step in the right direction, I suppose. Bloodstone still here?
He is. At this point, Yarnell has made a motion for him to, he can go ahead and disconnect the tube, so he slowly pulls it out of Sokea's arm, drains the rest of the blood kind of back into him slowly before pulling it out, and bandaging up his arm, bandaging up Sokea's arm, and regathering all of his equipment.
Victus kind of claps Bloodstone on the shoulder. Thank you, friend. I wasn't ready to say goodbye to another good hunter today.
I understand. I'm glad I could help. And I share the same sentiment. I'm surrounded by death daily, but there's still some that you'd rather not have to see.
So, I don't really know where to go from here. Would it be alright if we recovered at your place?
Sure. It is open. I'm sure you want to go back and meet with your compatriot. They are feeling much better now.
Oh, excellent.
Slowly coming out of it.
Yes, well.
Question. Are everyone a little bit more calm now? A little bit more okay now that Sokea has been stabilized?
Yes,
Yeah.
significantly.
Okay. I need all of you to make a, not Sokea, but I need Jamie and Victus to make a perception check.
10.
16.
10, 16. It's
Evidently.
not a high DC. If you see the image I sent to you in the meat planning, Yarnell looks very different than he did when you first found him and left him at Bloodstones.
What in the world?
Yarnell, what happened?
What do you mean?
You didn't once look like that.
Oh, the attire. Well, I figured it'd be better to wear something that wasn't, blood-stained and stabbed.
As long as you're not telling me... As long as you don't tell me that great voices from beyond the veil have talked to you and are talking about choosing you for... Right?
What has gotten into you? He looks over at Valakast's body. What happened here?
Are you aware of the Great Ones?
Great ones. I've heard of them, yes.
What happens when a god dies?
It ripples through dimensions. It is felt everywhere. Especially anything that connects to it. The death of a god is a cataclysmic event. In more ways than one.
Enough to cause a curse. Dreadful enough to turn an entire island into a living hellscape.
Easily.
Like this one.
Is that what happened?
No small thanks to him.
He walks over, and leans down to examine the body of Valakast. Oh. You poor old fool, what have you done? You were so close.
Yarnell, no.
And to come this short. Well, you served your purpose. He stands up, looks to you. As for the rest of you, very well done. Quite resilient all of you are to make it this far. Sincerely. You were
Yarnell,
quite entertaining.
Who are you?
what are you trying to say?
No, that's the fun in hiding it anymore. It's no fun to keep a secret when you can't share it with anyone. Don't worry, I'm not going to turn on you like everyone else has. You need a break.
What?
do.
Speak
Velicast.
plainly.
Yes, Velicast was put up to this. He did kill a god, and as I said, a god's death has cataclysmic events, but mostly for the ones those gods are associated with. They do not look kindly on such things. And so, they must find ways to avenge them. Take their revenge on them. And for some, well, they're more creative than others. You know, he was so close too. All of these parties, he was
Yarnell,
so close.
who are you?
He looks at you. He meets your gaze. The piercing blue of his eyes almost seeming to glow. You get a familiar feeling, almost similar to when you caught a glimpse of that creature in the woods. Except it's not pain, but you can feel your mind almost being peeled back like layers. It's almost as if you are stuck in a trance as you look into his eyes. Something that your mind almost couldn't understand.
You're letting us go.
Am I? Was that a statement or a question?
Oh, it is most certainly a question. I'm under no illusions here.
Like I said, you did good. There's very few who've been able to make it this far, much less even take him down. It was close, though. Very thrilling. But, no, you aren't the ones who angered me, and you aren't the ones who deserve to be punished. Velicast got what he deserved. A fitting end to such a selfish being. No, I believe that you've served your purpose, and you have been quite entertaining for me. And for that I thank you.
So you'll let us leave.
Of course. Of course, it's going to be hard to get back for you. Velicast burned the ships after all. He doesn't intend for anyone to ever leave here. No one ever has. But don't worry. I'll have you taken care of. As for you, and he turns to Bloodstone, you're the last vile blood around. You survived all of this. But yet you weren't responsible for what happened. So tell me, what would you like? You can remain here if you wish. I'm going to lift the curse on this land. Everything will die. It will be empty. It's your choice. Bloodstone, kind of in a state of shock, still just staring at Yarnell. I think I'll do fine on my own. Yarnell laughs. Well, you've made it this long, I'm sure there will be no issues. You can go back to your place if you wish. I'll make sure Darius is taken care of, don't you worry. It'll be just as empty as it always is. Bloodstone kind of looks at him and just gathers up his stuff and begins to walk out. He turns to you guys and gives you a slight nod as he just heads out
Bloodstone.
in a state of shock. He stops and turns his head to look at you.
Victus takes off his glasses, revealing red eyes that almost seem to glow in the darkness. Good hunting, my friend.
He simply nods and takes a sigh. I think I shall take a break from the hunt for a short while. It's been so long.
Victus just nods. He pulls his mask down, revealing a younger face with, like salt and pepper stubble. I think my vacation ended too early. I think I'll also take a break.
Bloodstone stops. He removes the plague doctor mask he's been wearing. As you also see, not glowing, but dull red eyes. And a rather middle-aged to slightly young face. With wide scars going up each side of his mouth, nearly reaching his ears. I think we both deserve a break.
Aw.
He gives you another nod.
Yeah.
And he heads back outside.
Victus turns
Go
to
ahead.
Jamie and Sokaya. I suppose we should be leaving then, yes?
I never want to set foot in this place again,
That's a given.
no matter.
I don't think I'll be leaving on my own anytime soon, though.
Oh, pish posh. He's gonna attempt to help her up. Unless our resident eldritch monstrosity would like to assist us.
Monstrosity? That almost sounded...
You peeled my brain like an
Enemy.
onion.
wasn't intentional. Do you realize how hard it is to condense a form like this to unassuming? But I digress. A very touching moment for you all. And again, I'm proud of what's happened. So, whenever you're ready to head back, please let me know.
I think we're ready.
Take us back to the mainland, please.
He simply gives a nod as he holds up the lantern as it begins to glow a brighter blue, and the light from it seems to slowly drift away from it to an empty space next to you guys as it expands into a large, blue glowing light. Simply step through whenever you wish. You'll return to the tavern. No one will notice anything. It'll be like you never left. Go enjoy your lives.
Victus just simply nods. Helps up Sokaya. My goodness, powdered bones is really an apt description. And then just heads on through Madame Jamie.
And yeah, I'll be helping, trying to help her along.
Alright. So you guys are stepping through the
Yes.
light.
Yeah.
As you do, he gives you a nod. I hope to meet you again soon. We're pleasant company. And Miss Jamie,
Yes.
as he looks you in the eyes, you feel clarity. You feel yourself clear in the head as you stare at him.
He's not who I think he is he?
Don't give up hope. They're still out there. You merely need to push harder.
He may not be who I think he is. Do I recognize him at all? The voice?
You don't.
Okay.
But like I said, your mind is clear. If there's anything you wish to say or ask.
Since you're so omnipotent, do you know where they are?
I do. But there's only so much I can intervene with. Valikas isn't the only one who has slighted the gods, and have had been forced recompense. Unfortunately, as you can see here, many people get caught in the crossfire of what penance those who sin against us must pay. And I am sorry to admit that you might have been caught in one of those crossfires. But do not give up hope. You've been able to take down one. Another shouldn't be a problem for you.
Thank you for the information. How long will this clarity last?
He simply gives you a wink as you can feel everything returning back to normal. As you guys step through the light, it is all bright, everything around you. There's no noise, no sense of anything. Before, you feel tired. You can't help but drift off, as if the whole night has drained you and you can finally feel the weight of it all. As you slowly drift off, you can hear noise again, slowly filling your ears. As you open your eyes, and Sokea, you lift your head, you recognize you're back in the tavern, the Broken Spoke Inn. You can see the sun slightly peering through the window as the night has ended and dawn has come.
Alright, let's get you to a hospital, and let's get me to a bed so I can sleep like the dead.
Yes, please. I would like to lay down.
What a night.
One I would like to forget, but probably never will.
What night?
Oh man.
You piece of
That's
trash.
Oh, that was so good.